Hey, I'm Daniel and welcome back to another Elder Scrolls Betrayal of the Second Era video, and today we're doing a full campaign playthrough. As always, I'll be playing intro solo on expert difficulty, and as a matter of fact, I'm recording this intro before the actual playthrough, so I never know how well it's gonna go, or whether I'll be able to succeed in the campaign at all, but either way, I hope it will be fun to watch. So enjoy the playthrough and we'll see you at the table. Alright, so welcome back to another playthrough. As always, let me give you a quick overview of what's going on here. First of all, we're playing in Black Marsh today. I know that Black Marsh is considered sort of a beginner-friendly province, potentially one of the easiest one, but I'm not necessarily agree with that statement. I think some quests are quite challenging there, as well as the overland mechanic and the native skill, that they can be quite brutal. And specifically, we're doing a Thieves Guild quest today. I'm gonna explain more about the quest steps and give the session snapshot a little bit later. And of course, the elephant in the room, we have all these classes laid out, and that is because, as always, I'm doing a random character creation. I'll be rolling a d6 to first determine a class I'll be playing, then I'll do the same thing for the race, and then I'll probably pick myself a starting skill line as a sort of a little bit extra challenge. Now, as you may see, some of these classes, they are new upcoming classes from the Wave 2 of content, from the upcoming expansions. We have some classes like a Berserker and Thief and Mage and Warrior. These are new classes. So on that note, I want to say a thank you to Cheap Theory Games for providing me a review copy of those components, of course with the usual disclaimer that these are still prototypes and the final copy may be tweaked slightly, even though from my understanding and as far as I know, those classes are more or less complete, so hopefully there won't be any difference once those expansions are released. The only classes that are not part of this character creation are Witch Hunter and Assassin and Dragon Knight and Rogue, and that is simply because I already have played with these four classes. Of course, with Witch Hunter and Assassin also being the new classes from the upcoming expansion, so if you want to check it out, those playthroughs are already on my channel. But hopefully and eventually I'll play all of those classes. This is why I'm reducing the pool of available classes, so to speak, for the character creation, just so I could show you more variety of the same classes rather than playing the same classes over and over again. I also have a couple of stronger enemies from the Daedric Prince expansion, also a new one coming up in the Wave 2 of Heroes of Tamriel wave of content. These are very challenging enemies that provide a little bit of, well, extra challenge, but for the upside of also giving some extra reward. So just wanted to show you them before placing them back into bags. So have 10 and 20, 3 enemy chips, 1 to 5, also 3 enemy chips, go to these respective bags. So let me put this out of the way, and now let's roll a d6 to determine which class I'll be playing today. So we have 5 lanes, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. If the die lands on 6, I will re-roll, and then once I select any of those lanes, I will roll again to determine which of those specific classes from a selected row we will be playing today. So okay, rolling, let's go. And we've got number 5. That means it's gonna be some classes from this lane. Alright, so let me place everything else aside for now. All of this giant stack of sheets and lay out those 4 or 5. Yep, we have Mage, Berserker, Thief and Templar. Look at that. So many new classes here. Alright, so we're rolling again now to determine which of those 4 classes I'll be playing. Let's go. We've got 5, that means I'm rolling again because we have only 4, so another attempt. And we've got 4, that means we're playing Templar today. Wow, that is pretty cool. Now, I know that these 3 are new classes, and there is a chance that you would rather watch me playing some of those 3, but as I said, I'm doing a random character creation just to provide a little bit more challenge. And of course, I already have new classes, Witch Hunter and Assassin, those playthroughs on the channel, so no worries. Eventually, I'll play them all, hopefully, including some of those classes. Wow, so Templar. Could it be a bit too cheesy? Now, in case you don't know, at least in my opinion, Templar is probably the strongest class in the game, at least when it comes to pure raw damage. It is a little bit ridiculous sometimes, so should I even re-roll or should I stick to Templar? Man, in moments like that, I sort of wish sometimes we had a live chat so I could ask for your input, but as I said, my ultimate plan is to eventually play all classes, so should I stick to Templar or should I re-roll? I mean, it can be a bit cheesy, to be honest. But on the other hand, I always wanted to play sometimes a character without any damage dealing skill lines, and I think by playing Templar that might be the best way of actually utilizing this non-damage dealing build without any damage dealing skill lines. Is it even possible? I think on Templar it's actually could be doable, at least in theory. Yeah, you know what, let's stick to Templar. I'm gonna remove all of these class sheets, and now let's go for the phase 2 of random race selection. So we have some new race sheet once again from the Heroes of Tamriel expansion. I know that most of them are more or less locked and complete, so hopefully we won't see a lot of changes, even though I know that, for example, this Dark Elf specifically has been slightly tweaked since the moment I received this review copy. In any case, let's do the same thing in 5 lanes, so to speak. 1, 2, 3, 4, I think, right? We have 20 sheets here with different racial abilities, so that should be 5 lanes for 2 sheets each, like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the last one, yep, we got 4 race sheets here as well. And just to clarify, in case you don't know, the Heroes of Tamriel adds new alternative race sheets. These are the same races but with different racial abilities, so this is why we have now 20 different unique racial abilities. So, and before I roll the die, maybe let me think a little bit out loud what race I would pick if I would actually selecting this myself. And well, given that Templar is so good with its class abilities, I would definitely go for something that gives more tenacity, so Imperial honestly would be a complete no-brainer for me. I would probably most likely pick Imperial. By the way, where it is? Oh yeah, this is the one, the classic one that gives up to 3 tenacity and also prevent damage. I think that would be probably an S tier combo for this class. And also new Wood Alpha ability that also gives tenacity and remove over fatigue. Yeah, I think this arguably could be even better. So yeah, these two with 100% out of them would be my pick if I would not pick it randomly, but I think rolling the die is just a little bit more fun, a bit of extra challenge as I said. So yeah, let's roll the die and see how it goes. And we've got number 1. It means it's going to be one of these 4 racial abilities, either High Elf, Argonian, Breton or Dark Elf. Not sure I would actually pick them if I would do this not randomly, but hey, as I said, this is just more fun, so let me remove all the rest, this giant stack of sheets once again, placing aside, and now let me place all of this layout like that and roll second phase to determine which of these 4 races I'll be pairing for my Templar. So let's go. And we've got 3, that means I'm playing Breton today. I mean, that could be pretty fun. There is one particular kind of fun combo that you can pull off with Templar and Breton, so this can be pretty fun, even though that might be a little bit overpowered now as I think about it. But hey, as I said, my ultimate goal is to play all of them, so I don't think I'd need to reroll, just because I think this pair is just quite strong. Okay, so we've got the race, we've got the class. Now let me grab the character mat of the respective color, because I like to pair it like a red for warrior, green for thieves, and blue for mages. This is why I didn't have this before, so I'll be right back in a moment. So these are the ones I'm talking about, red to match the red color. Okay, and let me slot in all the sheets this way. I'm gonna slide it here carefully, like that. And now on the other side for the Templar, gonna be this way, like that. Okay, we're good. Now let me move things maybe slightly, just so we could see everything, maybe a bit like that. Okay, so making sure everything in the frame, that's always a bit of a troublesome for me. And now let's finish off the character creation with the stats and skill lines. And speaking of skill lines, as I said, I might try to go without any damage dealing skill line, just as a part of a little bit of additional challenge and variety. I know that sometimes some people say there is not enough damage dealing skill lines in the base game at least, but I always had the idea to show that some classes can definitely carry you without even the need of any damage dealing skill lines, just as a sort of utility, just purely from class abilities. And let's just think how we can pull it off. I mean, let me grab all the skill lines. Check, I already removed the duplicates, so this is why I have only 13 of skill lines. And as I said, I'm not gonna go for any damage dealing skill lines, so two-handed, one hand and shield, distraction staff, and bow. Nope, not gonna train those. Daedric Summoning is probably not something I would want for this build as well, but I do want to deal as much damage as I can purely from my class abilities. So that is 100% will be Speech Authority dice, yep. This is something I'm probably gonna train. I think Acrobatics with Windwalker to give some discount on class abilities, most likely yes, and Heavy Armor specifically with the Juggernaut level 4 skill. That is also a source of reusable tenacity. I mean, as good as Speech Line, as good as it is, because we don't have any way of recovering Drain dice, that it still can be somewhat risky without any damage dealing skill line and recovering, and I mean relying purely just on speech dice. So I think I still do need to find a way of getting some reusable tenacity, and I think Juggernaut would probably be the way to go. Now specifically for the heavy armor skill line, there is another variation of going for sort of quote-unquote reflect build with a level 2 skill die immovable. I'm not gonna do that in this build, even though that is potentially another way of playing and even succeeding in the campaign without any damage dealing skill line, but as I said, I'm trying a bit different variation. I mean, it could be even with light armor, even though its level 4 skill die concentration is arguably a damage dealing skill line, or at least skill die. So I'm not sure if I will train that, or maybe even if I go for light armor, I just won't go for level 4 skill die concentration, but at least we'll see. So yeah, at least that will be the plan probably for my campaign. And with that, now comes the question how we allocate the starting stats and skills, given that I do need to plan for those skill lines. So first things first, let's start with health, and Breton start with 5 health. As always, I'm gonna slot this right here. And now the question is for stamina. I mean, I am going for a pure physical build, at least actually, well, not fully pure build. If I want to utilize as much get as much value as I can from my luminous shards, yeah, I would need some magicka 100%, but I still probably do need more stamina than magicka if I'm going for heavy armor, specifically all the way to level 4. Yeah, we need quite a lot of stamina, but maybe not too much, maybe 4 or 5, definitely not 6. And with heavy armor, I probably can get away without a lot of health. That means there is possibility that I can train my stamina across health and still be okay with that. I mean, for a moment, let me just place this on a new row, and let's say if I place maybe magicka across health. For magicka, I need probably around 3, I mean, could be 4, I think that would be ideal. But if I keep my stamina here, that means I will probably gonna have only 1 or 2, yeah, most likely just 1 skill die over here. Across it, yeah, you know what, let me swap them. Not sure if I will regret about this, but I feel that I would need to be pretty mindful about the slots, the attribute slots on my character mat if I want to train all 4 of these skill lines. Heavy armor definitely will be my starting skill line. I think that is the shortest way to get all the way to level 4 to the reusable tenacity. And that is exactly what I want. I mean, starting with authority could be a little bit easier, because I can already start dealing at least some damage with my class abilities, but ultimately I do want to have reusable source of tenacity I can repeat over and over from round to round, and probably this is the way to go. And let's see, it's gonna be 2 level 1 dice, which I'm actually okay keeping, then level 2, likely ironclad, then unstoppable, and Juggernaut. Yeah, I think I will train all 5 skill dice from this skill line, which means I'm gonna leave on just a single slot over here. And I believe we have only 1 combat, yep. Yeah, so that should be quite efficient, quite effective way actually of utilizing this full row to the maximum potential, which leaves a full row that we can split between acrobatics and speech and potentially light armor if I go with that, because we're also gonna have likely around 2 skill slots over here across magicka. Yeah, I think this is the way to go. At least in my mind, I have somehow mapped all the skills this way, and hopefully it's gonna work. Of course, we're gonna need to select battle form, this saved experience, tenacity, and we start with the 2 cooldown. Let me just grab those stat tokens. So we have 2 stamina, yeah, quite lacking mobility 100%, but we have 3 magicka, which is quite nice for our class ability, but maybe not something I would prefer to have at the start. Generally speaking, I would rather prefer having them switched. Okay, nevertheless, just need to grab 1 combat and 2 skill dice from this skill line. Let me find where they are. Nope, and that should be here. Okay, So 2 level 1 skill dice. Should I go for 2 iron, resolve or constitution, or should I go for each copy of them? I mean, I could go a little bit more heavy on the melee damage mitigation, since there are 2 copies of each. So 2 melee, 2 ranged, or 1 of each. And I think all those options are legit, but I'll probably go for a little bit more balanced, kind of well-rounded damage mitigation, so I'll train 1 of each like that. And yep, I think that is just a little bit more safer. So let's remove those. Let me place all the remaining skill tokens back to the trainer bag. Okay, and we're pretty much good to go with our character. Let me shuffle it. Okay, and now we can talk a little bit more about the session that we'll be doing today. So, as already mentioned, we're playing in Black Marsh, and the quest line we're doing is for the Thieves Guild. The reason I selected this specific quest line because I genuinely think this is a quite challenging one. There is even, in fact, quite a decent possibility that I might lose this entire campaign, at least somehow have this feeling, especially since I start with any damage dealing skill line whatsoever, and I even not plan to train one. So this genuinely can be quite challenging, and the session snapshot is to intercept the mercenaries heading to Black Rose prison and free a prisoner from the dungeon. Our starting location is Leyawiin, which is over here. Special setup instruction to set aside quest unit Zurich. This is the one, I've already placed it aside. And our first quest objective so far is to travel to Alten Corimont and complete a town encounter, which is recommended by day 5. And this is the town, Alten Corimont, which we need to travel like that. So what my plans for the session? How, just go for a little bit of thought process. And as I said, even though Black Marsh is considered a beginner-friendly province, I do think it is actually quite challenging, even with its overland mechanic, because your movement is so limited. And if you want to avoid just losing the entire campaign purely because you didn't manage to get to a certain location in time, the best way is to plan your movement is as if you always have only up to 4 overland hexes of movement. Because remember, normally in all other provinces, you can move up to 3 hexes and then up to 3 additional hexes for the cost of gaining light fatigue for each extra move, so you can safely move up to 6 hexes in general. But in Black Marsh, whenever the weather is rainy or flooding, you have only up to 4 total movement, which does make quite a big difference, especially when you need to just roam around the map, especially from one end to another. This can be absolutely devastating if you're not able to reach your location in time, particularly if it's an endgame location that you must do by the end of day 12 and you're not able to reach it. Yeah, that can be a disaster. So best way to approach it is just always think that you have a maximum of 4 movement instead of 6. For example, for this location, Alten Corimont, in worst case scenario, if for the next day, or rather for the next couple of days, we're gonna have only rainy and flooding weather, I would need to take, let's say, 1, 2, 3, 4, then 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means I need at least 3 days to reach this Alten Corimont. Of course, if I'll get lucky and the weather will stay sunny for the rest of this journey, I could reach it in 2 days, but once again, the mental thought is to always keep in mind that you can move up to 4. And if you have sunny weather, that consider it almost like a bonus, just a little bit of free extra travel. There's also a couple of really good towns that I likely would want to visit, though probably most of them are actually here on the south. I believe in Deadwater Village I could train, or rather get some items or something like that, probably weapons. Let me quickly check. Deadwater Village. Yep, I can discard any weapon or armor and then search for a common deck to gain a weapon or armor of my choice. That can be fantastic. And in the Root Whisper Village, I believe I can train skill dice, or rather skill lines I want. So root, let's check. Yep, a Root Whisper Village. Yep, I can train any magic skill line here if I need to go for, let's say, for light armor. This is potentially the way to do it. And probably in Fort Redmane, I believe there is something I could get like a free die or something. Let me check it once again. Fort Redmane, yep, I can get a skill die of warrior type at no experience cost. But it's best to use this effect whenever you can get a free skill die that costs worth of 3 experience rather than just 2 to get the most value out of it. Okay, so yep, that is the plan probably, to visit a couple of towns, likely Fort Redmane, Deadwater Village, probably Root Whisper Village as well, while at the same time going to a completely different part of the map. At least that's the plan. Okay, so let's go for day 1 town encounter, and we're starting in Leyawiin. So let me quickly find that town. Leyawiin town effect. If the weather is flooding, it is not, because we always start a session with sunny weather. So let's reveal items. We have 4 common. 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably not something I would want. 2 legendary. Okay, well, this is actually quite decent potion. Let's reveal 5 trainers. Hopefully I will train all the speech and acrobatics and all of these things that I want. So we have 5 of them. And we've got 1, 2, come on, and 3, 4, no, and the last one. Nope. Oh, shadow. Okay, I don't want to train anything from that. So let me just put all of that back. Trainers are not the best in this case. We do have a quite good town square action though. Search the legendary deck for a weapon of your choice and set it aside. Then shuffle the deck. At the end of the town encounter, place the set aside weapon face down on top of the deck. And yeah, I think this is what I'm going to do. So let me grab the deck, and the weapon I'm looking for is, I believe, called Scamp Crusher. It is one of the few ways that it can potentially enhance this ability, Luminous Shards of Templar, and I do want to get the most of it, considering I'm not going for any damage dealing skill line. So Scamp Crusher, just let me skim through the entire deck. No. Okay, that would be hilarious if it's the top. No, it's not the top item. Yep, so we've got Scamp Crusher. It says search the deck for the weapon of your choice, set it aside, then shuffle the deck. So I'm gonna shuffle it all, kinda. Okay, like that. Hopefully that should do it. And then at the end of the encounter, I'm gonna place this one at the face down to the top. So basically the next lockpicking I'll be doing for this legendary deck, it's gonna be guarantee this item. So yep, let's put this aside like that. Now I know this is the item. And for my second town square action, well, I think I'll just grab Maiming Potion, this Maiming Poison. It's a potion. Expand after an enemy rolls enemy combat dice against you, change all of them to the signs of your choice. That's actually quite helpful potentially for my master upgrade, which says deal at least 4 damage and heal at least 4 HP on the same turn across any number of units. So in order to heal myself to 4 HP, it means I need to be in the last 1 HP in order to gain actually all 4 of these. And this can potentially might help to sort of a little bit reduce my health in a more controlled manner, so to speak. So, yep, that is my down action, and that's about it. So, legendary goes to the back. 4 of these quite useful items, specifically these meatballs that you can recover drain dice. If I were to start with authority, I would probably pick this one, but no, I think I'm good with this Maiming Potion instead. And by the way, let me just maybe move this just slightly so I could move this dice tray this way. And by the way, we have the Submerged Chamber set aside. It's a delve card that is instructed to set aside during the instruction. It's a special one. I'm just gonna leave it here for now, like that. So then I could place the dice tray and slightly move my other things. Otherwise, this folder always knocks off this weather effect. Okay, and speaking of the weather effect, let me activate the bronze effect. And we have, oh, of course, we have rainy. Here we go. This is why I said it's best to assume you always have up to 4 movement instead, which is quite annoying, I must say. Now it's beginning of day 2, and let's see where we can travel with this rainy weather. I mean, I would love to utilize the most value out of our available movements, which means move it up to 4. And I don't mind gaining 2 light fatigue because I will still recover them, at least in the next battle potentially. But the problem is that there is nothing really within my reach. I mean, I could move 1, 2, 3, 4 to the combat or unstable, but I don't think I'm nearly as capable of dealing with any conflict encounters just yet. With no tenacity, just a single combat die. Yep, that is just not feasible. I definitely do need to take at least a couple of peaceful encounters first. And ideally, I would love to land somewhere here, but this is just beyond my reach, which is so unfortunate. I think probably the only peaceful encounter I can take is actually over here on the next hex, just right next to me. And let's say if the weather will continue being as horrible as it is with rainy and flooding, let's say from this hex I would then can move 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I will still need 3 more days to reach my destination, which I guess should be alright, because it is recommended by day 5 if I'm not mistaken. So let me have a look. on page 20, no, page 18, 19, okay, Thieves Guild. Yep, it is recommended by day 5. So I think, yep, going here is the best way probably. And just one thing to keep in mind about peaceful encounters in Black Marsh, I think they are not as bad experience wise, at least as far as I remember. There are probably at least 2 peaceful encounters that give 2 experience, and probably even 1 or 2 that give 3 experience each, which is somewhat rare compared to other provinces, so personally I don't mind taking a little bit more peaceful encounters than I normally would. So yeah, I think this is the way. Fort Blue Blood. Okay, and I'm triggering this peaceful encounter over here. Tribe as they might. And we have 2 options, and look at that, we do have an option with 2 experience. That's exactly what I was talking about. There are quite a few cards like that, probably 2, even 3 with 2 experience and maybe 1 or 2 with 3 experience, so this is not too bad. So the first option is each adventurer may discard a weapon, which I don't have. Each adventurer who does not may search the common deck and gain a new weapon of their choice. Or rather, each adventurer who does so. Okay, but I cannot discard a weapon. Okay, not something I could do. And option 2, during today's reward phase, adventurer can only spend experience on advancing their magic stat or training magic type skill dice. Well, that's okay. I can just save these 2 experience, so this is what I'm selecting, the option number 2. I'm gaining 2 experience, which I'm saving. We got +2 on the XP dial, and I would love to advance my heavy armor skill line, but I cannot because of this effect, but it's okay, I'll just save these 2 experience, and the weather stays the same, it's still rainy weather, and that's about it. That's the end of this day. Now it's the beginning of day 3. Now, the weather is still rainy, which is so bad. Means I can move once again only up to 4 hexes. That means I still cannot reach either of those peaceful encounters, right? It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, cannot reach it. Ah, this is so unfortunate. I do have a range with this plateau of the traveler, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. And from this hex, let's say, if the weather will stay the same, I could go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this is actually not too bad, because after this plateau, I would need only 2 more days to reach this destination, Alten Corimont, which is, I think that is alright. As I said, I'm still definitely not ready for any kind of conflict, so I think this is the way to go. I'm moving 1, 2, and then 2 additional movements for the cost of gaining 2 light fatigue, and I'm initiating another peaceful encounter, and we have Corn Artist. I have no idea what that is. Okay, we have 2 options. Option 1, select 1 adventure to keep this card as the following item. During a town encounter with the shop, you may discard this item for the party to make a social check of party size +2. If successful, draw 2 legendary items. If unsuccessful, an adventurer must discard a legendary item. Nope, you know what, I don't quite like it. And the option number 2 is you graciously decline the offer but browse her other wares. Choose 1 adventure to draw 1 common item. And you know what, yep, I think that is a bit safer option. So I'm just drawing 1 common item. That is some consumable food, which might come in handy just to activate province effect at least. Okay, and again 1 experience, so when I have 3 experience saved, we have 5 experience on the tracker, and I think I will spend 2 of them on advancing my skill line to train a level 2. So I'm spending 2 experience for the Ironclad. Let me grab this one. It should be, nope, not here. Come on, over here. Place those aside. And we've got level 2 Ironclad. As I said, there is another sort of build of going for full heavy armor. If you go for another level 2 skill die, immovable. As a matter of fact, I have another build guide on the channel with the highlight of this specific die, but I'm not going for this one. Instead, I'm going for purely non-damage dealing skill line without dealing any direct damage from any of my dice. So yep, that is what I'm training, and I still have 1 experience saved. And ooh, we've got the sunny weather next day. Fantastic. So I'm setting the weather to sunny, discarding this card, and it's beginning of day 4. So with the sunny weather, I'm definitely capable of traveling a little bit easier. But can I reach my destination? Probably not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, I'm 2 hexes away. I mean, I could go 1, 2, 3 to this another peaceful without gaining any light fatigue, which is pretty nice. But the only thing that is a little bit concerning that if the next day will be again rainy or even flooding weather, I'll be too far away from my destination. I would need 2 more days from that hex to reach it. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, yep. So that is a bit more risky. Another option would be to go probably to this another peaceful. 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, hold on, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. Yep, I can reach this Mark Water peaceful landmark. Or perhaps I could go to his mirror. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yep, let's check what's there. I don't quite remember there is anything useful. His mirror. Oh, we get only a single trainer. And if the weather is sunny, which it is sunny, I can gain 2 tenacity and remove up to 2 life fatigue. That is pretty nice, but I don't think it's still worth visiting this town. I mean, this shop isn't the best, just 2 and 2 and just a single trainer now. I would definitely love to train 3 more skill lines, so I would love to maximize my odds of training that, and just 1 trainer is probably not the best way. We have a town square if the weather is rainy or flooding. We have a delve, but no, I think I'll skip this town and I'll probably head towards this peaceful another encounter. 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3 for 3 light fatigue. Yeah, my cooldown track doesn't look too good. Look at that, but I'm initiating another peaceful encounter, and it's a general one. We have 2 options. Each adventurer must roll a status die and place it at the bottom rightmost untrained slot in their attribute rows. And we've got a persistent effect. When adventurer would train a stat or skill die in that slot with a status die, they gain 2 light fatigue and then also gain a status die. Yeah, this is not the best option probably, but thankfully I'm not on the unstable, so I can select another option, which is each adventurer draws a random enemy starting at level 1 and moving with up each enemy draws, but for one adventure it's just gonna be a single level 1 enemy. Place them on this card, and persistent effect: at the start of your next non-quest clash, add these enemies to the EP and deploy them first in the order of your choosing, then discard this card. Oh, and we get 2 experience. Nice. So first of all, let's grab the experience. So I had 1 saved plus 2 more, that means I have 3 again. And we're adding 2 more to the dial, so we have 7 on the XP dial. Now let me grab 1 level 1 enemy. And that turns out to be a Wisp. Okay, so I'm gonna place this aside like that, and I will add this enemy to the next non-quest clash. Okay, fair enough. Oh, and look at the weather floody. Look at that. I'm so glad I moved closer to this town, otherwise I would need to gain more over fatigue in order to move. Yeah. That was the right call after all. So now I have 3 experience to spend, and I will just continue advancing my skill line. So I'm spending 2 more, which I again have 1 experience still saved. And I'm gonna train Unstoppable on level 3, which is a quite nice mobility die, and I have to take it anyway if I want to get Juggernaut on level 4. Okay, so this is all resolved. I trained, I got experience, I added this to the dial, and we've got the weather effect activated, so we can now proceed to day 5. And it is exactly the day which is recommended to do this first quest step. Travel to Alten Corimont and complete a town encounter. Okay, no anything extra, just do 2 town actions as normal. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm moving 1, 2 and initiate this town encounter. In Alten Corimont, it must be the first town on letter A. Alten Corimont, yep, this is the one. And it says, as a free town action, an adventurer may discard an active side quest. Oh, such a shame I didn't have one. Should have grabbed one definitely to gain 1 item from the shop. Okay, so 3 common items. We got 1, 2, 3. Quite good items. 3 legendaries. Oh wait, we got this Scum Crusher. Fantastic. Yeah, I already forgot about this one. That we set this item aside. And let's also check the trainers. Hopefully a speech or acrobatics. I think speech actually the one I'm looking forward to the most right now. Nope, and nope. Come on, let's mix them nicely. No. Okay, nothing I would want from that. But actually that is alright, because these items are pretty good. Well, I'm definitely grabbing this one, the one I set aside in Leyawiin, so that is my first down action. And as my second down action, well, I can discard an item to train any thief skill line, so this is a way potentially of training a speech if I want to, or I could grab another item. I mean, all of them are pretty good, but the problem is that I almost desperately need authority in order to deal at least some damage with my class abilities. And I mean, this pie is also amazing discard this item, then heal for 4 HP, and any exceeding HP might go even as bonus HP. This could be fantastic for promoting my Templar to its master side, and even bonus HP is also amazing for the Sun Shield, but I do want to train a Thief skill line, and I don't think I would visit a lot of towns after that. I mean, I do plan to head over to either Root Village or Deadwater Village, but that's a bit too random. So yeah, you know what, as my second town action, let me visit this town square. I'm gonna discard this random food I got to train any Thief skill line of my choice from the trainer bag. So trainer bag, here we go again. Anyone? Yep, I'm training speech 100%. Let me clean up the rest. 1, 2, all of them. They all go back to the bag. Such a shame I didn't draw this sort of naturally. Could have saved my item, but I think that is still worth it. At least I hope so. And I guess the question is, where should I slot this? I mean, I have 3 Magicka, and I do plan to train probably another one, 4th like that, which would leave only 2 more slots for my authority dice. Not sure. I think potentially I would love to train all 3 of them. So you know what, let me probably slot them underneath like that to have more space to train potentially all the way to 3 authority dice. And across it would be either acrobatics or light armor, we'll see. But yeah, definitely 3 more slots for authority. Okay, so we've completed this town encounter. That was my 2 town actions. Wow, these items are so good. All of them really. I mean, and the pie, I would definitely love it. That's such a shame don't have another town action. Okay, this is all resolved, and we completed a town encounter, which was our quest step. So let me return to page 19. Travel to Alten Corimont and complete a town encounter, which is success. Gain 1 experience, so I have now 2 saved, and we'll get 8 on the tracker. Hopefully that is correct. When completed, go to entry B06 on page 24. So page 24. Let's see what our next quest objective will be. It's actually over here at the bottom, so we need to go to the next page, and we have special setup instruction. Place a token in Stormhold. So let me grab the token first. This is the one in Stormhold. Stormhold should be nearby. Yep, it's up here on the north. This is the band of mercenaries. Then move the mercenaries towards the Black Rose prison, a number of hexes equal to the current day. Wow. So we have day 5, and the Black Rose prison, it should be here on the south. Yep, okay, so this is the one. And we're moving these mercenaries 5 hexes towards Black Rose prison. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, I think, right? Oh, and 5, yep, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yep. That is where we move them, and they're moving towards Black Rose prison, I presume. So our quest objective is to travel to Black Rose prison and proceed to quest step D08 for that day encounter recommended by day 12. Alternatively, you can interrupt the mercenaries by traveling to this token and proceeding to quest C07 for that day encounter recommended by day 8. This initiates a clash that can make the final quest step easier. So let me place this quest marker on this Black Rose prison. This is the destination hex for the mercenaries as well as for myself as well. I can intercept those mercenaries, but I don't think I'm ready for the fight yet, so it looks like I will have to let them go and reach the destination. I mean, it won't be the end of the session, right? It just says this initiate a clash that make the final quest step easier. Okay, and the ongoing step effects. The number of hexes the band of mercenaries moves is outlined in the overlap mechanic section. Its destination is Black Rose prison, and it always takes the shortest path to get there. If there are multiple paths that are equidistant, you may choose. The band of mercenaries and the party token may occupy the same hex. If the band of mercenaries reaches Black Rose prison, remove it from the map and set it aside. Okay, I'm not quite sure if I want to intercept them. I mean, it would make the final encounter easier, but I'm still not quite capable of doing a clash, I can imagine. Okay, so this prison is our destination by day 12, and I guess let's see how fast this thing will move, okay? Maybe I'll get a couple of experience, and maybe I'll have a chance to intercept on the way. So I have 2 experience to spend, and unfortunately I cannot train Juggernaut just yet. I would need one more experience for that, but I still have only 2 stamina. I mean, it would be a bit awkward to train even more of those skill dice that I cannot roll even in a single engage. I mean, I cannot roll even those 3, the Ironclad and the Resolve and Constitution. I would need to do this across 2 engages. Yeah, you know what, that would be quite awkward. Let me train and spend those 2 experience on advancing my stamina stat. So I need to grab one more. At least now I can roll 3 dice, which is a little bit better in my opinion. Alright, now let's activate the province effect. And we have a sunny weather. Oh no, that means these mercenaries, they move a lot. I believe they move 4 hexes when the weather is sunny. Let me double check. I'm gonna set the weather to sunny and move this token 4 hexes towards the destination. Yep. Okay, so the weather is sunny, which is quite good for me, but this thing moves 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they're so close to their destination now. Yikes. Okay, that was the end of the day 5, and now the day 6 begins. So I think it's quite pointless for me even to try chasing them. They are so ahead. I mean, if I move even all the way to 6 hexes, that would be 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. Yep, I still cannot reach them, and they will move even further. Yeah, I don't think it's worth pursuing them. That means my final step will get harder. Oof, but I do believe we have this, either, I think it's Fort Warden, right? We can train a warrior type skill die for free, and that would be a perfect opportunity now to train my Juggernaut, which is worth of 3 experience. Just let me double check that I can do this, in fact, in Fort Warden, if I'm not mistaken. Fort Redmane, sorry, Fort Warden, I think it's probably inside our deal. Okay, so Fort Redmane, and we have the town square. Yep, each adventure gains 2 or fatigue, then they may train a combat skill die or a skill die. In a warrior type skill line, they have trained at no experience cost. Fantastic. So yep, let's head over towards Fort Redmane, and let's see how we can optimize our path. So because the weather is sunny, I can move up to 6 hexes potentially. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, then 1, 2, 3. That is not quite ideal. I mean, I'm still not quite fully capable of doing any kind of conflict, so I guess the safe option would be to go on this peaceful landmark over here, which is 1, 2, 3, 4 hexes away. The only problem is, if the next day will be again flooding or rainy, I won't be able to reach Fort Redmane. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I mean, I could try my luck with unstable encounter, hoping for a peaceful or a traveling caravan, because I can reach it, right? That would be 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2 for 2 light fatigue, and then from there it would be 4 hexes towards Fort Redmane. 1, 2, 3, 4. So on the day after that, I 100% should be able to reach it. Well, let me double check what's in the traveling caravan. There are usually some kind of like debuff effects. I'm not sure how bad is that in Black Marsh, I don't quite remember. Let's check. We're gonna set the weather to flooding, do not change the weather during today's active province effect, but still resolve the step for any other effects. Okay, so we have 2 legendary, 3 common, 2 trainers, and town square. Clear your cooldown track, heal to full HP, gain 3 tenacity, then move a random level 10-20 enemy back from its place to a level 1-5 back. Okay, yeah, I do remember this one. Well, I mean, clearing my cooldown track and gaining 3 tenacity, that would be quite awesome. So, you know what, I think I'll try my luck in an unstable encounter, plus I'll get 2 tenacity from that anyway, and if I'll get a clash, I'll just probably retreat. That is probably the best way to do this. Otherwise, if I'll go to a peaceful now and then the weather will be either flooding or rainy, then I won't be able to do pretty much anything on the day after. Yeah, so you know what, let's go for it. 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2 for 2 light fatigue. Yeah, that is a lot of light fatigue in my cooldown track, and now let's roll the unstable die, hoping for a peaceful, or frankly even a town would be even better, I think. So fingers crossed, come on. Oh no, we've got conflict. Yikes, this is so bad. So let me grab this encounter. A pirate's death for ya. I don't quite remember what's that. Okay, and we've got a delve, and we've got a peaceful option. This is actually not horribly bad. I mean, I could just grab 1 experience and call it a day, just safe option, or I could go a bit more greedy and try to grab at least a couple of sky shards in this delve. I mean, with unstable, I can move quite extra hexes if I make a double move. Could just rush exploring it, and potentially either retreating, or if I get a bit lucky, even gaining all of those sky shards, because I am capable of preventing at least some damage. Definitely cannot deal any damage, but at least I can prevent some. So that could be doable. Yeah, I think that in worst case scenario, if I grab at least one sky shard, that is the same as the peaceful encounter, but the potential upside that I could grab maybe one extra sky shard. Yeah, that is a bit more greedy, but I think it's a bit more fun. So let's go for the unstable option. And it says if the weather is flooding, set the round counter to 2, which is not. But because we are on unstable, it says set the weather to flooding. Oh my goodness. Should I reconsider? I mean, I can still retreat, so yeah, you know what? Let's set the weather to flooding, which means we are setting the round counter straight to 2 and initiating this delve. Oh my goodness. I think I might regret about this, but I think it's just more fun, at least trying to be a bit more greedy. Not sure I would do this off camera, to be honest. I might just grab this peaceful encounter and call it a day, but yeah, because I'm doing this playthrough on camera, let's just go. If I die, that's at least would be a bit something different. Okay, so round 2 on. By the way, I haven't grabbed my character chip just yet. It's still there in the bag. Let me find Breton, where you are. Okay, this is the one, and I have 5 health. Okay, that is 3, 2 more, and deploying over here. So first things first, I'm recovering 2 dice, and well, it's a bit unfortunate that is already round 2, because what I'm thinking to do is actually staying here for one more turn, just so I'll be able to roll all of those 4 dice without gaining extra light fatigue in between, and also recovering some dice along the way. Yeah, you know what? I think this is the play. So I'm in defensive battle form, just rolling these 3 dice. Let's go. Okay, I got no misses, which is already good. And let me place my ironclad first, probably this way. Okay, that was my only one engage. I'm not doing anything else. I'm leaving my turn like that, which does feel a bit wasteful considering it is already round 2. But I definitely want to place Unstoppable in my cooldown track, but that means gaining 2 more light fatigue, and yeah, that is just too risky. So I'm leaving my turn like that, which means it's now beginning of round 3. I'm recovering 2 light fatigue, and now I can make 1 engage for free effectively. So I think I'll just roll actually both of these. I'll put my combat die in my active slot as well, at least hopefully, to prevent even more damage. So let's go. Okay, and they landed. Fantastic. So this is what I do, and I also now trigger exploration, which I can imagine I should have technically do this before rolling, but that doesn't make any difference. I'm just triggering exploration, and let's see what we get. Oh, Darkened Hole. Come on. This one is so annoying. So we need this long shape. And let's see if we can place it this way to get the closest as we can to the next explorable hex. And I think, yeah, that should be alright. So it says, when revealed, do not deploy enemies to this tile. But the first time an adventurer moves onto this tile, deploy enemies to this tile per this card challenge scale. Adventurers occupying this tile cannot target enemies occupying this tile, and adventurers not occupying this tile cannot target enemies occupying this tile. So basically, you cannot target anyone inside this tile while you're outside, and if you are inside, you cannot target anyone outside. This is why it's so annoying. Okay, but I do have my Unstoppable. That means I can move up to 7 hexes, which is pretty nice. So with 7 movement, let me just move 1, and I think maybe I should track my movement, because I think I'll be interrupted quite often. So I had 7 movement, now I stepped 1, is 6 left. I'll be tracking my remaining move points with this d6. Okay, so as soon as I stepped in, I'm now deploying a level 5 enemy, and that would be, let's see, Dark Elf Bandit. Okay, 5 health goes to the furthest hex. That would be this one. And oh, by the way, I believe I have something here on this card. When common caches would be placed, place a legendary instead. Okay, so instead of placing a common one, I guess I should place this legendary one like that. Alright, now I continue my movement in another one. So I have now 5 left, and I trigger another exploration. And that is, oh, okay, we've got first Sky Shard, Dusty Corner. When revealed, if no enemies is deployed to this tile, each adventure gains 2 tenacity. Okay, so let's see if we get any luck. And we do get quite lucky indeed. No enemies deploying, fantastic. And let me place it maybe this way so I still have a fork, a branch of exploring different paths. And the Sky Shard effect, as soon as I step in here, oh, we're gonna need to deploy one level 5 enemy to any unoccupied hex and apply Daze status die. Okay. Oh, by the way, I believe this Dark Elf Bandit should have been level 5, of course. It's Dark Elf Marauder instead with 4 health. I apologize for that, because I do have my enemy pool of 8. So no enemies deployed, that means I'm gaining 2 tenacity. Then I'm making one more step down to 4 remaining move points. And as soon as I step in and collect this Sky Shard, I need to deploy a random level 5 enemy to any occupied hex. And we've got this beast, the bear, with 6 health, and it gain Daze status die, right? Yeah, so that is alright. We've got Daze, and I just continue moving. Another space, or maybe actually just for the sake of camera filming, let me maybe explore down here. So I'll place this enemy here, just so I can have more space exploring this direction. Okay, so moving one more, have 3 move points left, and exploring again. And we do have another Sky Shard, yes. And that is another long shape like that, which I think I could connect something like that, right? That's the least number of hexes towards the next explorable hex. Okay, and we do have one cache, which I'm replacing with a legendary cache, even though not sure I would actually even try to lockpick. I mean, my cooldown track doesn't look too good. And I need to deploy 2 enemies, right? Yeah, even the hold on. This enemy is occupying here. Maybe I should place it this way, or something like that. Yeah, so I'm connecting, let's see, this way, so just in case I could sidetrack and go over here, and I still can explore further down there. Yeah, I think that's just a bit safer option in case I need to backtrack towards this explorable hex. And plus this enemy is not standing on my way. Okay, so 2 enemies, level 5 and level 1. And we have Skeleton Mage and Gar, and I believe they add, as soon as I step in here, we're gonna need to add 4 HP to each enemy occupying this tile. How bad is that? So we're gonna have Skeleton Mage with 9 health, oh my goodness. Well, I'm definitely not gonna even try to combat and win this as a battle. So the first enemy, furthest hex, would be here, and the Gar Beast will just block my way, even though I believe with my Unstoppable I can move enemies around. Yeah, so hopefully that isn't too bad. So we have 3 plus 4 more plus 1 extra because of my combat die. Yeah, that is another giant health stack like that. And well, because of my Unstoppable, I can indeed swap the enemies. So let me just place this Gar Beast, swap places like that. So I spent another move point down to 2, and then I will just move one more step towards this explorable hex. Not sure I will need to trigger another exploration though. I mean, I can prevent quite a lot of damage, 2 melee and 3 range, plus 1 extra from combat die, but not sure if it's worth it. And yeah, you know what, I think I will actually leave my turn like that on this explorable hex, and I will trigger exploration at the start of the next turn. Okay, so let's go for the enemies. Skeleton Mage, roll 3 enemy combat dice. Let's go. Whew, we got 1 blank but still 3 damage. Yikes, that is a lot. I'm preventing 2 melee. Oh, and I do have 1 combat, thankfully. I'm so glad I rolled this. Okay, so I'm taking no damage. Then this level 5 enemy, it has range, so it doesn't need to move. Just rolling 2 dice, and let's go. Well, 2 damage. I'm taking none. Then this level 5, it cannot move here, so it's trying to move around 1, 2, and Daze is removed. And now this Gar Beast moving 1 and rolling 2 dice. That is 2 damage, which I'm preventing as well. Fantastic. Now it's the beginning of round 4. I'm recovering 2 light fatigue, and I'm just triggering exploration. So let's go. I need 2 more Sky Shards. No, we don't have any. After deploying enemies, place a cache in each unoccupied hex on this tile, and we do have a trap. Okay, so we need a small triangle tile, and that will be something like that. Yep, I think that should do it. And we've got one level 5 enemy, and that would be Skewer Pup, 5 health. Okay, it is deployed over here, and then place caches in each unoccupied hex, which we are replacing with legendary caches. Should I have a lockpick any? No, but let's first see how this trap goes, okay? So I have 7 movement, so once again let's track it with this d6. I'm stepping 1, so I have now 6 left, and let's make a lockpick check on 3, 4, 5. Oh, of course I need to take this one, and I believe I have another one. Yeah, I do have my normal plastic die instead of this metal die, which I will use like that to indicate that I still have 6, just so I'd roll both of these d6s for the trap. So 3, 4, 5, let's go. Okay, we've got 5, not too bad, and we've got 3 as well. 2 more attempts to roll 4, okay, let's go. We've got 5, and you know what, I'll take it for 1 light fatigue. That is doable. So this is the trap is successful, and I'm moving towards the next explorable hex. So 1 more step. I have now 5, and exploring another one. Come on. Oh yeah, so we do have Sky Shard. Oh my goodness, with a large tile. That means probably need to move my dice straight side, and let's place it something like that. All I need to do really is just collect it and survive, okay? When it reveals, the party may choose to remove out to 2 caches from this tile. For each cache removed, enemies deployed to this tile are dealt 2 true damage. Okay, 2 caches, so let me find them. Got 1 and 2. Now we do have 3 enemies, 5, 1, 1. Yeah, that is a lot of enemies. We've got 5 and 2 more, and 1, and then another one, High Elf Bandit. Okay, 7 health, goes to the furthest hex, that would be this one. Then the next we deployed was this fellow over here, and then the High Elf Bandit, 3 health, like that. Okay, well I still have plenty of movement, and as soon as we step in over here, we need to deploy a level 10 enemy to a hex of your choice on every tile, every other tile in play. Oh my goodness, that is brutal. So let me deploy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 level 10 enemies. Got 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and another 5. Okay, I don't think I need to place health. With your permission, I'm going to skip that, because I don't think that is relevant. So level 10, another level 10, another one, and another one, and like that. Okay, so all I really need is just to move 1, 2, 3, 4, just to be a bit further away from those enemies, and that's about it really, right? I don't think I want to make any lockpick checks now, just in case I would need to have some more fatigue, more space for more fatigue for traveling on the day afterwards. So I think I'm good. Oh, and I just realized that you can't even see that. Sorry, I just went a bit off screen. So let me move things slightly. I think it was like that. But yeah, basically I should be safe. At least, hold up, was it like that? Oh my goodness. Yeah, now you can see me at least slightly, but basically this level 10 moves 1, 2, that's it. This moves 1, 2. This cannot move because it's blocked, so it's trying to walk around. This enemy does not have a sight, same as this one. Now level 5s we have Skewer. It moves 4 because of rush, 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's not engaging. This skeleton moves 1, 2 and it's out of range. This Marauder moves 1, 2 and it's native, but I don't have any available dice to, or rather any active dice to exhaust. Now it engages me with 2 dice, so let me place it like there, I guess. So 2 dice, 2 damage, fantastic, I'm taking none. Then Wood of Bandit moves 1, 2, single die. We can just keep rolling because I have 2 defense, and High Elf Bandit, again we can skip rolling because I'm preventing 3 ranged damage. Yoo-hoo! Wow, we did manage to collect all 3 Sky Shards and take no damage whatsoever. Wow, this Unstoppable is so good. Okay, let me clean it up. That wasn't too bad after all. 4 experience, yeah. we're finally catching up despite the lack of conflict encounters early on. So that is hopefully shuffled. Let me place my character back. All the level 5 and 1s. Okay, I'm gonna place some back to the bags level 1 to 5. All level 10s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A lot of health, which actually surprisingly no one lose any health in this encounter, which is quite rare the case, I must say. So that is indeed was quite a delve. Okay, placing all of that, all of those health chips back, cleaning up, getting ready for the next day. Okay, we used all 6 chips. I mean, that is a bit of wasteful opportunity to not lockpick any of them, but I just don't like the way my cooldown track looks, especially in case I need to travel some more next day. You never know how much fatigue you gain from those legendary lockpicking. Okay, so let me place all of those things aside and place the dice tray back over here and grab the mat again. Okay, and we've got 4 experience. Wow, that means we have 12 on the dial on our experience tracker, and with 4 experience to spend. You know what, I think I'll train my cooldown up to 3, taking this rare opportunity, and for the last remaining experience I think I'll go for authority, so I'll be able to deal at least some damage, hopefully. So authority, let me find it over here. This is the one of my favorite dice in the game. Okay, this is now trained. Let me reset the round counter to 1. I've got the experience, I've done some training. This is all resolved, the encounter. Oh, and I believe that was an unstable, right? Yep, that means I'm gaining 2 more tenacity. Fantastic. I'm now at 4, and let's just activate the province effect, and we have the symbol we have is sunny weather. Fantastic. So we can now move a bit more freely. That means I could have potentially make at least 1 lockpick check for sure. Yeah, that was a bit wasteful. But now this thing moves 1, 2, 3, and they're reaching the destination. You just look at that. Yeah, there's just no way I could potentially even intercept them. Okay, so the mercenaries are removed, which means the final encounter will get harder. And this is all resolved. And now is the beginning of day 7. And well, as I said, I'm going towards Fort Redmane to train another skill die for free. That is a worth of 3 experience. So yeah, definitely worth taking. So I'm moving 1, 2, 3, and then 1 more for the cost of light fatigue, and initiate this town encounter, Fort Redmane. And let me find it. Okay, like that, and we have the town effect. Ignore this town effect if there are no these banner tokens currently in play. Oh, yikes, I could have taken 1 free town action if this thing was still in play. That is such an unlucky. And by the way, let me double check. I believe it started in Stormhold, right? Then we moved it 5 because of the day counter, so that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it moved 4 because of sunny weather. 1, 2, 3, 4, and yep, 1, 2, 3, 4. Indeed, no mistake. Okay, in any case, let's reveal the items. We have 1 silver circlet and the crab, and 2 legendaries. 1, 2 good items. But first things first, let's go for this town square action. It says each adventurer gains 2 over fatigue. Yep, that is what I'm taking. And then we can train a skill die in a warrior type skill line that have trained at no experience cost. Yay! Fantastic. So I do have my level 4 skill die now, finally, Juggernaut, which is a reusable source of tenacity. I'm training this over here at no cost. Fantastic. So we remove those. And unfortunately the inn is closed because I definitely would want to remove those. But as my second town action, I think I might get this Frosted Brains. Even though it is a one-time use item, but I can heal 4 health, which is potentially a nice way of promoting to Master Side a bit more easy. Even though, I mean, I do have my class ability that can do the same thing, right? After you deal damage to an adjacent enemy, heal a party member inside for HP equal to the amount of damage dealt. So I could use that for promoting to Master, or I could grab this and just basically heal for no tenacity cost. I mean, Silver Circlet is also amazing, even though I don't have a lot of level 1 or 2 dice. I mean, I do have authority, of course, but not sure if it's worth taking. Although, on the other hand, I do plan to train Windwalker, and for Windwalker, that could worth it. Yeah, you know what, let me grab Silver Circlet. This item is just in general too good to pass, so I am placing this over here, and that was my 2 turn actions, and that's about it really. Okay, so let's remove those items. I could have gained that thing for free with a lockpicking. Yeah, I should have been a bit more brave, I guess, doing all those lockpicks. But in any case, that town action is resolved. I did get effectively the same thing as 3 experience without adding anything to the dial, so that is not too bad. Let's resolve the province effect, and we've got rainy weather. Okay. Oh, and by the way, look at that, that was an encounter for 3 experience and 2 experience. Yeah, that was was talking about, that those peaceful encounters in Black Marsh, they are quite generous experience-wise. Such a shame I didn't take this one. Yep, I could have gained 3 experience or even 2 from peaceful. That is quite nice. Unfortunately, I draw this card as just activating province effect. Okay, so it's now day 8. Now, my cooldown track looks absolutely horrible, and even though I am capable of dealing some damage now, I just definitely would want to remove those 2 over fatigue first. Let's see where we can do that. I mean, we do have at least 4 days, right, before the final end game, and we are relatively close. In worst case, let's count once again, counting by 4s, because that is realistically the number of hexes we may move, assuming this worst weather. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we're just 2 days away from our destination. Okay, so we need to move somewhere towards this area. And let's check the towns. I don't remember what's in this Gideon. What I'm looking for is the tavern and ideally something else as well. So Gideon is pretty good item-wise, and there is a tavern and 4 trainers. This is not too bad. We can gain 2 tenacity in the temple in town square. And let's check once again Leyawiin and compare these 2. Which of these 2 towns should I take? Leyawiin is not too bad either. We have 1 extra trainer, right? There is 4 here, but 5 in Leyawiin. And if the weather is flooding, the inn is closed. Well, it's not closed. I mean, 1 extra trainer might be worth it. I don't think I need this town square anymore. I already have the weapon I wanted. But most importantly, of course, we have the inn and potentially 2 legendary items. Yeah, I think this town is a bit better. So yeah, let's go to Leyawiin. I'm moving just 1, 2, no extra fatigue needed. Initiating this town encounter. Let's reveal the items. We have 4 common ones. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, that's alright, but probably not something I'm too excited. Let's go for 2 legendary. Okay, now let's go for 5 trainers. And let's see, we have... Oh, we got acrobatics. Nice. Okay, I don't think I need to reveal any more. 1, 2, yep, I'm just trying acrobatics. The question is, where do I want to train it? Either across Magicka or across Speech, and probably the only 2 dice I want from this skill line would be Windwalker and Defiance. So that should be perfectly fine. Across Magicka, yep, I think this is the play. This is my first down action. I'm training this skill line. Okay, I don't need anything else. And now is my second action. I'm going to the tavern. This is the whole reason I went to this town. Okay, so we're clearing up the cooldown track, which is lovely, even though we don't have a lot of stamina to roll that many dice in the first place, which is a bit unfortunate. Either way, this town encounter is resolved. Let me clear it up, and I mean, those items are pretty decent. I quite like this glyph to enchant a common item deck, and once again heal 5 HP, that would be so nice. And even potion, recover any number of heavy armor dice. Yeah, all of these are really good items. I just don't have enough town actions, unfortunately. So we still have 12 experience on the tracker. I didn't train anything. I'm not done training anything. Let's just activate the province effect. And ooh, we've got this sunny weather. That is quite nice. And now it's the beginning of day 9. Okay, so with the sunny weather, let's definitely sprint a bit and move as close as we can to our destination. And I think I am ready for at least my first clash, finally. And with 6 movements, can I reach this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can I 1, 2, 3? No, 1, 2. Well, I can reach this one, Vunalk, this landmark. Or I could potentially go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to this unstable perhaps. But no, I think that might be a bit too risky. If I get a down encounter, which I don't need at the moment at all, I would rather get a guarantee, hopefully, to experience from conflict encounter. So this is the way. 1, 2, 3. Hold on, I started in Leyawiin, right? So I'm moving 1, 2, 3, and then 3 more. 1, 2, 3. Yep, 4. 3 light fatigue, which I would remove anyway. 1, 2, 3, thanks to my upgraded cooldown track. And now let's see what encounter we have. Captives of House Telvanni. I have no idea what that is, but yeah, it is a clash. Before the start of this clash, each adventurer must make us a lockpick check. 1, 5, 2, 3 attempts, and if I fail, each adventurer must exhaust available skill dice equal to body size +1, and enemies go before each adventurer each round. Oh no, thank you. Let's try to make this lockpick check. 1, 5, 2, 3 attempts. We've got 1, 5, 2. I mean, that could be 5, and that could be 2 for 2 light fatigue. Yeah, you know what? I'll take it. Turning this into 2, this into 5, gaining 2 light fatigue, and now I have 2 more attempts to roll a 1. And nope. Wow, that is 5. That is horrible. Last attempt. Okay, we've got 2, 1 light fatigue. Yeah, that is alright. Even though not nearly as ideal, could have been better for sure. If the weather is flooding, it is not, thankfully. Okay, and we do have this wisp that we need to deploy as well. And do we need to deploy it last or first? And yeah, we need to deploy it first. Okay. So let's deploy. I'm starting with caches. Oh, and by the way, of course, I need to change the orientation. We've got the entrance tile here on the right. So I need to move things slightly like that, right? Okay, and then we have 2 caches, 1 legendary, 1 common. We're first deploying this extra enemy to the spot number 1 over here. Then with enemy pool of 12, let's grab a level 10 enemy, and that would be an ogre. Okay, 7 health, that is 6, 1 more to the spot number 2, and then 2 level 1 enemies, and the first one we have, oh, we got a watchling, the new from those Daedric princes, which has a ton of health, 6 health, +2 for each undefeated adventurer, so 8 health, more than level 10 enemy. Just look at that. It is deployed over here, and then we have the last level 1 enemy, and then that we have a wolf. Okay, that isn't terribly bad, I guess, but still not sure how I can do that. Okay, so I'm deploying probably over here, so I could move and deal as much damage as I can to all of them. 1, 2, 3, yep, okay. So first things first, it's the beginning of combat round 1. I'm recovering 3 light fatigue. And by the way, I do have my innate ability, I think I have not read it yet. If you start your turn in defensive battle form, you heal for 1 HP. And usually, the starting battle form for your deployment is irrelevant for the most part, since you can change a battle form as part of engage, which you normally do anyway, but for Templar specifically it is somewhat relevant because you can already trigger this effect even at the beginning of round 1, but at the moment I just don't need any healing. Okay, so let's see what we can do. Obviously the plan is to utilize our Juggernaut to get some tenacity going, and for that probably just spam luminous shards and hopefully to get promoted to the master class as well on this very clash. The way to do this, once again, is as deal at least 4 damage and heal at least 4 HP on the same turn across any number of units. So that, I think, should be quite doable, as long as I let the enemies reduce my health down to 1, which is, you know, somewhat risky, but thankfully I do have my my maiming potion, or maiming poison, which does give a little bit more of control. Okay, so first things first, I guess let me move a bit closer, 1, 2, 3, to get into the position, and then as my first engage in defensive battle form, I definitely need to roll 1, probably. Yeah, I would need to roll more dice ideally, but in this case my priority would be to mitigating melee damage. I think I should be alright to soak a bit of this 2 ranged. Okay, so I'm rolling my Juggernaut, Resolve, and Ironclad, just these 3 dice. Let's go. Okay, we've got a fantastic result. I'm gonna place those dice in this order. And now what I'm going to do, how this Juggernaut works. It says whenever you switch battle form, you may add 1 extra light fatigue to gain 2 tenacity. So I am changing battle form, which means I'm taking another engage, which normally means adding 2 light fatigue on expert difficulty, but because of Juggernaut I need to add 1 more. So I'm switching my battle form to magic and I gain another tenacity all the way to 5. So I'm ready for the next turn. Okay. I know this may sound a bit ridiculous, but trust me, I do have a plan, specifically with Scamp Crusher on the next turn. Okay, so now over to the enemies. First things first, we have this aggressive gentleman, the Ogre. It's rolling 3 enemy combat dice, and let's go. Oh wow, 4 damage. That is a lot, it's more than I can prevent. So I am taking 1. Yikes, I have 4 left. That's okay, that's okay. Now over to they all level 1, so I guess let's start with Watching. 2 dice, let's go. Okay, that is just 1 damage. I'm preventing. Can prevent up to 3 melee damage, but I do gain daze, which is super annoying thing. Now I guess let's go for the Wolf. 2 dice as well. Well, 2 damage. Once again, I'm taking none. And finally we have the Wisp. 2 dice as well, and I think I'm gonna use my potion, my maiming poison, to, after enemy rolls enemy combat dice against you, change all of them to the sides of your choice. So let's go ahead and roll. We've got 2 damage, but yeah, I want to reduce my health down to 1 so I could heal up to 4 next turn. That means I'm expanding my potion and changing these to this result, right? I'm taking 3, which leaves me with exactly 1 health, okay? And yeah, hopefully that should work, even though obviously super risky. Okay, so it's the beginning of combat round 2. I'm recovering 3 light fatigue, and now is the time to use luminous shards. Oh wait, but I do need tenacity to interrupt. It is a bit awkward now. Did I just misplay? I mean, my plan was to use luminous shards, deal some damage, and then heal afterwards with restoring spirit. But I just realized I just don't have enough tenacity to use both of these class abilities. Oh, okay. Maybe that was a bad plan after all. Either way, Wisp should have taken 1 damage because of that. And I do have my Breton ability, and I do have my Scamp Crusher, right? Yeah. That means I can use the overtax effect without discarding this item, just placing it in the pack instead. Okay, so let me make an engage in heavy weapon battle form. I'm gonna roll just a single combat die targeting Ogre, and I'm overtaxing this weapon. Of course, I'm not discarding it because I'm using my Breton ability, and the overtax effect says ignore all defense on enemies until the end of your turn. So I'm placing this in the pack instead of discarding it. I'm rolling a single die for this Ogre, so let's see if we get any damage there. And okay, we get 1 damage, which ignores all defense, because we do ignore all defense on all enemies until the end of turn. And now I do switch my battle form to Magicka for using class abilities, and whenever you do that, it's not part of the engage, it's part of using class abilities. That means I'm adding only 1 light fatigue, and I'm just using luminous shards, which is to roll 3 enemy combat dice and deal that much damage in my magic range, and plus 2 additional damage to all Daedra enemies. So, let's go. Oh wow. We got 4 damage. How good is that? Plus 2 extra for all Daedra enemies. So that means Wolf is defeated, which is great. Watchling takes 6 damage, so it has only 2 health left, right? Yep, because we're ignoring his defense. And by the way, so we dealt 4 damage to the Wolf. That means taking 4 damage. The same is for the Ogre, because we're ignoring his defense. So it's now down to just 2 health, and this Wisp is just defeated as well. And you just look at this gigantic stack of health the enemy taking from this class ability. This is why I keep telling you, Templar is so cool and so strong, to the point where I feel it could be a bit cheesy playing it, but nevertheless, we're already in the middle of the campaign, so yeah. But that was definitely quite a nice burst of damage. Of course, I spent all 5 tenacity, and unfortunately I don't have now enough tenacity to use interrupt and heal back. Yikes. Either way, this damage is resolved. It was definitely nice damage. And I think I will make another engage, which means adding probably just 2 light fatigue. Not sure if I want all 5. On the other hand, yeah, you know what, let's go for it. Let's add 1 more light fatigue because of Juggernaut, switching my battle form to defense, which means to gain 2 tenacity and probably roll a single authority die. Yeah, that is what I want. So that is what I'm rolling. Okay, 3. Wow, I'm so glad I'm taking this another light fatigue because I have now full 5 tenacity, which is great. And I will probably spend 3 of them right away, down to 2, on gaining 3 bonus health with Sun Shield. So I have now 3 bonus health. Okay, at the end of my turn, Daze is removed. And now over to the enemies. We have the giant rolling 3 enemy combat dice. And that is 3 damage, which I'm thankfully preventing all of them. And now over to the Watchling, 2 dice as well. Phew, 2 damage and a blank. So I'm taking no damage again, even though I'm taking Daze again. Okay, beginning of combat round 3. I'm recovering these 3 dice, and I'm also healing for 1 HP because of my innate ability, even though I'm not sure I need to, and probably yes, just in case, even though no. You know what, I'm not gonna heal just yet. I still want to complete my master requirement, hopefully, in this battle. So I think we'll just roll the same 3 dice, and it looks like I would need to wait at least 1 more turn to ramp up my bonus health to deal more damage and heal along the way to become master. Yeah, my initial plan failed so hard because I didn't have enough tenacity to use this interrupt. Maybe I should have taken that healing item. That would make things so much easier instead of Silver Circlet. But hey, nevertheless, that is what I'm rolling, just these 3 dice. Oh no, I get a miss on the Ironclad. That means this turn I'll be able to mitigate only 2 damage, not 3. Yikes. I do gain 1 tenacity though, and I think I will spend it right away again on my Sun Shield. 3 more bonus health. Okay, that should keep me alive for a bit, and that's about it. I cannot do anything else. At the end of turn, Daze is removed, which of course it will be placed back anyway. So now over to the Ogre. 3 dice. Let's go. 3 damage, while I'm preventing 1 with my bonus HP. Now next over to the Watchling. Once again, 2 dice. 2 damage, but I do prevent it. Yay. And of course I do gain Daze again. Right. So hopefully, beginning of round 4, and hopefully this turn I should be able to accomplish my master thing. Of course I'm doing all of the shenanigans just to promote to master side, otherwise I would have been already defeated them by now probably. Oh wait, I don't have enough tenacity now to use my solar flare. Oh my goodness. Okay, that means I'm just taking an empty engage, so to speak, and gaining 3 light fatigue, or rather, maybe let's switch to this battle form. It doesn't really matter. Right, yep, again 3 light fatigue again, just to have 2 more tenacity, and that's about it. Wow, how bad is that? Okay, and nevertheless, that's the end of my turn. Of course, Daze is removed. Then the Ogre is rolling 3 dice. Oh, I have 2 blanks, but it is aggressive. It's gonna reroll those blanks again. And well, no damage taken. I'm fine with that. Over to the Watchling. 2 dice, let's go. Oh, wow, 3 damage. I am taking 1. You just look at that. I have only 4 bonus HP left, which is fine. That should be fine. And of course I get Daze, and beginning of round 5, I'm recovering these dice, and yep, that should do it, right? Oh no, I need 5. Yeah, I need 5 tenacity in order to trigger my ability. Oof. Okay, that means I'm taking another sort of free engage. That's rolling any dice just to switch battle form and gain a bunch of extra light fatigue, gain 2 more tenacity. Now I do need to switch my battle form to use my class ability, which normally costs 1 light fatigue, but I'm using my Juggernaut to gain another light fatigue. But of course that light fatigue cannot feed So I'm basically replacing it with over fatigue. How bad is that? But I do have full 5 tenacity now. That means I can finally use Solar Flare for 3 tenacity down to 2 to deal 4 damage to this ogre, because that is how much bonus health I have. Phew, ogre is defeated. I dealt 4 damage, and I'm using Restoring Spirit, Interrupt, 2 more tenacity spent, and heal a party member inside for the HP equal to the amount of damage dealt. So I'm back to full health, and I just became a Master Templar because I dealt 4 damage and healed 4 HP the same turn. Yay! Let me switch my class sheet to the opposing Master side. Phew! Okay, now this daze is removed. Over to the enemies, rolling 2 dice again. Wow, 3 damage again. I'm taking 1 bonus health, soaking the damage with that, and then daze again. And now it's a beginning of the fatigue round, which means I immediately gain another or fatigue, which would replace these status die, and I'm taking 2 true damage, so I'm now down to 3 health. Okay, I'm now recovering these dice, which is a bit nasty. I'm still missing 1 tenacity. How bad is that? Or actually maybe not, since the first engage each turn is free. That means I can just switch my battle form for just a single, basically with no fatigue, and still add just only 1 instead of 3. I think that I made a little bit hard on myself on the turn before. But yeah, since I did not engage, that was still my first free engage. Oh my goodness, I'm so silly. Either way, I'm gaining 2 tenacity from that, and then I'm just switching my battle form once again for using class ability, which normally costs 1 light fatigue, but I'm adding another one to gain 2 more tenacity, and just use my Solar Flare. Deal a targetable enemy 3 damage in this case, which is perfectly fine to finally defeat this enemy. Pew! This enemy is defeated, and as soon as the enemy is defeated, I gain its reward, which is either 5 tenacity or a legendary item or advancing health stat for free. And by the way, I should have spent 3 tenacity down to 1, and I'm definitely taking another health stat, training it for free and gaining health immediately like that. Phew! And that is the end of this encounter. Wow, that was so sweaty, even though I do believe I gained accidentally some extra light fatigue, which I should have not taken. Either way, can't complain. I managed to promote to the master side, which is the most important thing. This health chip, this enemy chip is removed completely from the game. It's not returned back to the bag, but these 2 gentlemen, they do to their respective bags. Okay, let's clean it up. Look at that, I still have a little bit of health even left, so I'm still alive. Okay, and we do gain, I believe, 2 experience. Yay. So 2 experience over here, 2 experience up to 14 on the tracker. That will reset the counter to 1, and I think I will spend them right away on training Windwalker, because that is a big power boost to my Templar. So we're gonna need to train first a Fleet Phantom, 1 experience, and another one on Windwalker. So we're gonna have our nice juicy discounts on class abilities. Okay, this is resolved. Now, do I want to activate Adventure Rest Step? I mean, yeah. On the other hand, I still need a tavern, so don't even need to do that. And I guess I'm fine, because yeah, I do need a tavern anyway. Let's check if any of those towns have it. Deadwater Village or Root Whisper Village. Deadwater Village would be a bit closer to our destination. Nope, the inn is closed. Okay, and what about the Root Whisper Village? The route should be somewhere here. And yep, we do have a tavern over here. Alright, as long as we manage to get there, let's activate the province effect. And we have, oh no, we have flooding weather. That means I'm not able now to reach this town. How bad is that? Oof, okay, that is day 10 now, and I cannot go any further than 2 hexes. That is so bad. I mean, my frankly, two options are just either unstable or a conflict. Not sure which one I want. I must assume that potentially if the weather stays the same, I would need only 2 hexes. So probably this unstable would be a better option. Let's see, this is day 10. I'm taking this encounter. Then day 11, I'm clearing my cooldown track in the Root Whisper Village. And then I do have 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, I should be able to reach this prison either way. Fingers crossed, so I'm moving towards this unstable encounter. So let's roll the die and hope for the best. I mean, town would be amazing now, because I believe it can clear the full cooldown track. That would be amazing, but only 1 out of 6 chances. Yeah, well, let's go. And of course we have conflict. Oof, how bad is that? I'm not sure I can handle it. Okay, let's see what's that. It is in fact a clash. An adventurer gain an additional item after each time they unlock a cache. If the weather is flooding, which it is flooding, units can only move 1 hex during their movement actions. Okay, well, this actually might be not too bad. So let me place it on this side like that. Hopefully you should still see my cooldown track is frame, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, and by the way, this persistent effect no longer needed. It was only for the one flash. And let me place this aside. So we have 14 enemy pool. Okay, this is not too horribly bad, I must say. Probably for this build, more level 1 enemies is generally better than level 5 or 10s, so enemy pool 14 and 19, I would say, is actually pretty good for this build. So let's start with the caches. The first is over here, and 2 common ones like that. Okay, now over to the enemies first. So for the level 10 enemy, we have, oh no, we have a necromancer. How bad is that? Means I need to defeat it first, but the way my damage works is that I kind of defeat everyone at once with a large area damage. Yeah, this is bad, and we have 4 level 1s. So let's just grab all of them at once. Have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 3 health. Khajiit Bandit right here. Then Nord Bandit, 6 health. 1 more goes under the Necromancer. Then Redguard Bandit. Oh, I'm surrounded with bandits. 5 health. Buff the cache. And last one, Orc Bandit. 3 more health. Spot number 5. Hopefully that's correct. Now let me deploy my adventurer as well, since everyone is just moving 1 hex, and next turn I want to be in range with this fellow. Yeah, that should be fine. So I'll just stay right here. And by the way, I should not forget to always rearrange my items after using them, because this Scamp Crusher always will end up in my pack after the battle. And I'm also gonna start in defensive battle form this time, just so I could heal 1 extra health from my upgraded knight ability. If you start your turn in defensive battle form, heal for 1 HP. You may also recover a combat die from your cooldown track, immediately roll it and apply the result. Well, not something I would need right now, but it's good to know. So let's let the battle begin. Beginning of combat round 1. I immediately heal for 1 HP thanks to my innate ability, and I'm now at 5 health. Almost full, this is nice. Now I'm recovering these 3 dice, and yeah, this is not as good. Just look at my cooldown track. I mean, first things first, I pretty much have to use some damage mitigation, so that would be, let's see, 2 range, and I don't need melee this turn. So I think I should be alright rolling just ranged, which is Constitution, Ironclad, and probably Authority as well. And next turn I could roll a Windwalker and Juggernaut, and maybe Resolve as well. Either way, these are the only 3 dice I'm rolling. I don't think I will engage this turn anymore. Just look at that. Okay, let's go. Okay, we've got some decent values here. Got 2 like that on our Constitution, and all the way to 5 tenacity with Authority. Nice. And that's about it, really. Cannot do anything else. So that's it. Over to the enemies. High Elf Necromancer engages me with 2 dice, which I hopefully should be able to prevent now, thanks to my heavy armor. Oh yeah, just 1 damage, definitely preventing, and then it does its Necromancer thing, which does nothing this turn. And next we have, I guess, this Khajiit Bandit, 3, range 1 to 3. Yep, I should be able to prevent it. And, wow, exactly 3. Look at that 3 damage. Phew, preventing. Now the enemies, they only move, I believe all units move, right? If the weather is flooding, units can only move 1 hex during their movement action. Okay, so they all move just 1 and 1, and that's it. Okay, over to me. Beginning of round 2, I heal for 1 HP and now have full 6 health, right? Yep, fantastic. Now let me recover 3 light fatigue. And before rolling any dice, just in case I roll any misses, let me move 1 hex. Oh, actually, I do need to switch my battle form. But yeah, that should be alright. Since I'm already at 5 tenacity anyway, I'm just gaining 1 light fatigue to switch my battle form to magic, and then use my racial ability, or rather upgraded class ability, luminous shards. Roll 4 dice, even though, I mean, I'd love to make an engage first to overtax my weapon. Yeah, I think that would be a bit better. So before switching battle form to magic and gaining this light fatigue, I will gain this in a moment, so I'm just reversing slightly because I forget to overtax this effect. So I'm making an engage, which is free engage this turn, which of course should be done in heavy weapon battle form. I'm just gonna overtax my Scamp Crusher and also roll Windwalker as part of this engage, because I can indeed roll this in any battle form. So let's see if we get anything good from there. Well, we've got 1, but is it worth spending 2 tenacity to change this to 2? And actually, yeah, I think it might be worth it. So I'm using my Silver Circlet to interrupt, spend 2 tenacity to 3 to change Windwalker to the juicy number 4, I mean number 2. And now of course I'm overtaxing my Scamp Crusher, so I'm ignoring all defense on all enemies until the end of your turn. How good is that? And now I'm switching my battle form to magic for just 1 light fatigue, and with this nice discount I can just spend only 2 tenacity to use my luminous shards. How good is that? And this time I roll 4 combat dice dealing damage in range, ignoring all defense. So let's go. Oh wow, 4 damage. How good is that? That means Nord Bandit takes all 4. Orc Bandit is defeated entirely because once again we ignored defense. High Elf Necromancer takes 4 as well, and Khajiit Bandit is defeated, and Redgar Bandit is now at just the last health chip. I mean, look at this health stack. Wow, this damage is ridiculously good. And by the way, we didn't have any Daedrus, right? Yeah, all humanoid enemies. Okay, nevertheless, that was quite an engage. Nice. And I think I just realized that because I prevented all damage from Khajiit Bandit, it should have gained a stealth last turn, and therefore I wouldn't be able to defeat it with my luminous shards because it's not a targetable enemy. So apologies for that. It is a non-targetable currently for my ability, but nevertheless that is still pretty fine. So over to the enemies. Level 10 High Elf Necromancer engages me with 2 enemy combat dice. Let's go. That is 3 damage. Thankfully I'm preventing all of that, but that is still a lot of damage. And after that it does its necromancer thing, which is to resurrect this enemy, and I'll place it adjacent hex, let's say this one. Okay, now over to those enemies. Let's say Nord Bandit. It should have steal, but it cannot steal. I'm at full health. So 1 damage. Okay, I'm taking that damage. And now Khajiit Bandit rolls 2 enemy combat dice, and we've got 2 damage, which is quite a lot, and I can of course prevent it, but I think I would rather remove its stealth. So yeah, I'd rather take this damage to hopefully next turn defeat this nasty guy. Okay, and this Redgar Bandit just moves 1, and that's about it. Now it's beginning of round 3. Oh, and I believe this enemy should have moved as well, just 1 hex, like that. Okay, so 2 light fatigue and 1 aura fatigue goes to the right. I'm not in defensive form, so I'm not healing, unfortunately. But that, I mean, that still should be alright, thanks to my discount, right? All I do is just making free first engage in defensive battle form. Roll probably just these 2 dice, let's see, yep, and then switch in battle form and gain 2 tenacity in the process. Okay, so that is what I do. Okay, now we've got a tenacity side, but thankfully not on this one, so we're good. We should be good. I'm getting 1 tenacity from that, and now I switch my battle form to magic for the cost of 1 light fatigue plus 1 extra from this die and use my luminous shards ability, which is to roll 4 dice again, and everyone are my targetable enemies now. So let's go. And wow, 5 damage, how good is that? And that's the end of the clash, right? Even High Elf Necromancer with 2 defense, yep, that is enough to defeat it. And we just defeated all remaining enemies. How good is that? Let me place those to the bag, and I'm still have, 3 health, not too bad. Not too bad. And this is all recovered. My speech die, this is removed. And we get 2 experience, I believe, right? Let me double check. Yep, we've got 2. Nice. So 16 on the tracker and 2 experience to spend. And let me reset this die. And I think I would train either another stamina or more speech dice. And honestly, I think I would just, at this point, just train 2 more authority dice, just so I could use my abilities even more freely, without the need of a lot of light fatigue shenanigans. So yeah, just spending 2 on both authority dice like that. Oh, hold on. It costs only 1, but there is another one, yeah. Apologize for that, I got a bit too excited, so I still have 1 experienced save then. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. And I think I actually might, technically before that, I probably would prefer to untrain Fleet Phantom, just so I'd be able to train more skill dice here whenever I need it. So let me untrain this one, which once again should technically be before I train this one, but doesn't really matter. And yep, so this is all successfully resolved. Wow, we managed to pull it off. Let me clean this up. Okay, and now let's activate the province effect. See what we have. And we have the rainy weather. Okay, but at least we still should be able to reach this town. It's the beginning of day 11, and as I said, we're going to Root Whisper Village 1, 2. So tavern, definitely something I need a lot right now. Root, it's over here. Okay, at the start of this encounter, the party must make a social check of party size ×2. If unsuccessful, the inn is closed for this encounter. Wow. Yeah, definitely spending that 2 tenacity to pass this check. I could have used my authority dice to pass the check, but they would be exhausted, and there is simply no space to exhaust any more dice. So I don't think I need anything else really. I mean, let's just, for the sake of fun, draw something. I got light armor. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is such a dilemma now, because I do want it, but not sure I need this right now. I mean, let's grab the items. Ooh, the items are pretty good. And Berserker Medallion. Wow. Well, first things first. Definitely I'm taking a tavern down action to clear it up. Be at full 6 health and finally remove this nasty overfatigue from my cooldown track. A bit ashamed to remove this Windwalker with a nice number 2, but hey, I think that's still worth it. And so many light fatigue. Okay, that feels so much lighter now. And for the second down action, I mean, I could have trained a light armor with this town square action, but you know what, since I got this for free, should I take it or should I take the Berserker Medallion? Immediate extra free turn. This is not bad. And Nordmead is pretty nice as well, after 3 tenacity in my case. Wow, this item is amazing, but probably my next priorities for training would be more stamina definitely, then probably more acrobatic dice just to get all the way to 4, and then even maybe more magicka. So I think I would not train light armor anytime soon really, which means I can afford taking just another item, I guess. Nordmead. More tenacity, yeah, this is pretty nice. This is what I'm taking. Okay, this goes like that. And yeah, I think I will train light armor in the next session. So this is all returned. Such a fantastic items, but just don't have enough town actions really. Okay, this is all resolved. Now I don't have any experience to train or do anything really. That means we can just need to activate province effect and we've got the flooding weather. Oh, no. It means I will start the final encounter with 2 over fatigue. How bad is that? Yeah, Black Marsh is not as easy as it may seem. So, beginning of day 12, and I'm just moving towards my final destination, 1, 2, and then 1, 2, or 2 over fatigue. How bad is that? Okay, and now let's go to the final encounter. And there's gonna be a dungeon, which is not just a dungeon, not only a dungeon, but it's a bit more challenging because we haven't intercepted those this mercenary band, right? Yeah. So let me quickly find it. It was on page 19. We had the Thieves Guild, then we went to page 24, right, okay. Travel to Black Rose Prison and proceed to quest D08. So that is what I'm doing on page 36. Alright, so initiate the Black Rose Prison dungeon, pum pum pum, and I guess we need to go to the dungeon layout page first. This might take a while, I'll do my best to do this quickly, but yeah. It will be somewhat painful. Probably not gonna need the map actually, so let me remove the map because we're not gonna travel anymore. It is the final day of the session. We'll remove that and let's try to set up this dungeon. So we do use still this large clash tile, and this goes to this side, I guess, right? Let's see, this still in frame now, more or less, I guess. Yep. So now let me bring all of those things, and let's start with the long tiles. We got 1, 2, 3. Okay, hopefully this goes like that. Another one at this side, I think, or not. No, it's 1 hex higher. Yep, this must be the shape. Then we have another one connected this way. Oh man, those dungeons, such a pain to set up, specifically on camera, because nothing fits the frame. And we don't need the large one. We do need 3 small and 1 round. Okay, so it's got to be something like that. Oh my goodness, it is massive. I genuinely don't know how to fit it. Yeah, we'll need to push everything down, it seems. And that would be this way, and another this way maybe. Nope, not really. Like that. Okay. Yeah, that's a bit of a pain, as you can see. Let me try to push everything a bit down. We're not gonna need the entrance tile too much, and like that. Okay, this way, like that, and a few more. Okay, now let me double check this. Hopefully should look legit. Oops. So prison. Right. Well, it's more or less legit. We have this triangle shape in the middle, and yeah, this does look correct. Let me just set up, place those caches. We have 3 of them. Have all common ones. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, and now we can go to the actual quest stuff, which I believe is on page 36. Should be like that. Okay, so first we need to deploy quest unit Zurich to hex A, which is this one in the top left corner with 0 HP, and deploy High Elf Necromancer to hex B. Oh, High Elf Necromancer is the guy we just fought. So, let me find it again. High Elf Necromancer, this is the guy. It goes to hex B, which I believe is this one. So 6 health, right? Yep, like that. Then deploy enemies using the end of session difficulty EP, adding party size level 1 enemies to the EP and deploying them last. If the mercenaries reached Black Rose Prison and were set aside, double the calculated EP. Oh my goodness. So my end of session difficulty EP for a single adventurer on expert difficulty is 18, but if we double that, it's gonna be 36 plus 1 level 1 enemy. Wow, we are a bit behind the schedule, or ahead of the curve, rather behind the curve, because we have only 16 on our dial. So not only the end of session difficulty EP is higher than that value, but we're also doubling that. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's return back to this dungeon page. Okay, because we need to look at the numbered hexes, and let's deploy enemies. So for the level 20. Let's see, we get a Ball Mammoth, 12 health. This is so bad. Now, for this build, I would rather have enemies with like 6 health, like this High Elf Necromancer, but 12 is just a lot. So we have 6 and 6 more, right? 3 and 3, you have 12 of that. Is a gigantic stack. Like that. Then a level 10 enemy, which should be Argonian Stalker, the local guy from Black Marsh, 6 health. Daze and Rally goes over here. Then a level 5 enemy, and that would be High Elf Marauder. 1, 2, 3, like that. And then 3 level 1 enemies. Just let me grab a bunch of them at once. We actually have 36 plus 1, right? So we have, hold on, 35, 36. That is double DP plus 1 more enemy. So we need only 2 of them. Okay. And of course we have Mud Crab. What a campaign without Mud Crab, as usual. So Wood Elf here and Mud Crab with number 5 is over here. Phew, let's double check. 35, hold on, this is not included in the EP, so we have 30, 35, 36, and 37, because we add in 1 party-sized level 1 enemies to the EP and deploying them last. Yeah, all level 5, level 10, and level 20 enemies gain enemy skill rally. Oh my goodness, they're gonna redeploy. How horrible is that? After populating enemies, deploy a level 5 enemy and level 1 enemy, each with 0 HP on star hexes in each cell. So, because we are in the prison, we have 4 cells here. We have 1, 2, 3, and 4. These are locked cells, and it says level 5 and level 1 to each star hex. Okay, I need to flip it again. And that is a bit annoying part of the gazetteer, flipping back and forth. Let me find the dungeon. Okay, so we're gonna need 6 of them, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, we need 8 of them. Okay, that is a lot. Let's just start one at a time. We'll get 1, 5, 1 level 1. Then same over here. 1 like that. You can't even see there, but it's okay. I don't think we're gonna need to go that far. And level 5, level 1, and level 5, and level 1. Okay, now let's continue reading the quest step. After populating enemies, deploy those enemies with 0 HP and star hexes in each cell. For each enemy set aside during quest step. Hold on, we don't need that. Okay, when adventurer moves into a hex adjacent to a locked cell, sorry. So this is a cell. If I move adjacent to it, you can make a lockpick check using the top of the command card. If you are in session 2, we are not. If successful, discard the drawn item and unlock the cell. The units occupying the unlocked cell, including Zirik, if this cell is unlocked, heal to full HP and become companions controlled by the party. This quest step is successful at the end of a round in which Zirik is occupying the clash mat. So we basically need to unlock this cell by doing a lockpick check standing on this tile, on this hex. Make a lockpick check, free up Zirik, and let it move all the way here to the clash tile, and only then it would be the first part of this quest. Wow, this is so tough. And Zirik, of course, as just any other companion, can move only up to 2 spaces. That means we need, let's see, 1 turn, 2, 3, at least 4 turns before it can even reach this clash tile. Wow. And by the way, let me move my tile, probably something this way. It's obviously a bit overlapping, but there's not much I can do about it. Apologize about that. So, not sure how I can handle this, to be honest. But first things first, let me, of course, should not forget about Scam Crusher. Place it back in the ready slot. And do I need heal? No, I don't need healing, but I still can potentially start in defensive battle form just to roll this in my active slot. Do I need to do this though? I'm probably not. Oh, by the way, my stamina token fall off. Okay, so we're good. Oh man, you still can't see the cooldown track. It's not in the frame. Oof, yeah, those dungeons are a bit of pain. You know, with your permission, I'm gonna remove this cash chip. I'm not gonna unlock it anyway because it does make it a bit more painful. I'm gonna slide it even further up so you could see my cooldown track with 2 over fatigue. How bad is that? I guess I need to rush to go there as quick as I can and hopefully lockpick and free up Zurich and then move. Yeah, this is probably the way. So I guess let me still start in defensive battle form just to roll my combat die, even though, hold on, it says recover from the cooldown track or something. You may also recover combat skill die from a cooldown track, immediately roll it and apply the result. Well, it's not in my cooldown track, so I cannot roll it? Okay. And they all have enemy skill rally. How bad is that? So, I mean, with Unstoppable, I do have up to 8 movement, assuming all of those dice are in my cooldown track, but I would still need at least 2 turns to become adjacent over here. Yeah, that is not good. And I still need to somehow mitigate quite a lot of damage, both melee and range. I mean, I could probably go through these hacks, maybe free up those enemies, making them my companions, obviously, and just kinda ignore enemies. But I would need to roll a lot of those heavy armor dice. Yeah, I definitely should have trained more stamina as I think about it. So let's say that would be engage number 1, then 2 more light fatigue, then engage number 2 probably, yeah. And by the way, I do have another item, right? That gives me tenacity. I do have a Nord meat if I need it. Okay, that's good to know. So yeah, you know what? Let's roll the dice. I need a lot of heavy armor dice in my cooldown track so I could move a lot. And ideally, I need to move over to this space, which would be, by the way, let's see if I deploy here. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When I think I can actually displace enemies when I move with my Unstoppable, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's still 6. Okay, nevertheless, let's still roll these dice first. Okay, no 2s, but still no misses either, so that is not too bad. First engage, then another engage, and now we'll roll probably these 3 dice, right? Yeah, hopefully I should be able to fit at least something. I mean, those 2 over fatigue is so unfortunate with the flood in the weather, but hey, let's go. Okay, we've got the dice. Not the best results, but can't complain. There could definitely be a miss. I'll probably put them in this order. And now I think we'll just move towards here, this space. I think it's a bit better because of this Bal Mammoth, so I'm moving 1, then I'm displacing this enemy Vuk like that, or maybe this hex, doesn't really matter, although maybe it actually does. Then 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we need to make a lockpick check on top of the common item deck, right? Yep. Okay, so 5, 2, 6. Hopefully not too much light fatigue, that would be lovely. Let's go. Okay, we've got 5 and 1 and 3. Yeah, I'll take 2 for 1 light fatigue, 2 like that, and 2 more attempts to 6. Let's go. We've got another 5. Yeah, you know what? I'll take it for another light fatigue to unlock this cache, which I believe the item is discarded. Let me double check. If successful, discard the drawn item and unlock the cell. All units occupying the unlocked cell heal to full HP and become companions controlled by the party. Nice. I've got at least some damage help, I guess. So we've got our Dark Elf with 5 health. Okay, and we've got our quest enemy, not quest, but the specific enemy, which is a bit unfortunate. I would rather prefer this enemy to be my enemy, not my ally, because of this reward. Anyway, 7 health. Okay, yep, that should do it. And that's about it. I don't want to make another engage. I don't want to do anything else really, so I'm leaving my turn like that. Now over to my companions, and I guess, let them place the tokens on top of them just to indicate that these are indeed my companions. Something like that. But they cannot reach anyone, right? Yep, because I blocked their way effectively and nobody is in their sight. So I think I will just move this one, and that's about it. Now over to the enemies, level 20 Bal Mammoth. Wow, it's rushing because of its rush. So 1, 2, 3 makes double move basically, but thankfully not engaging. Then we have level 10s. I guess let's start with this one. It moves 1, 2. Then High Elf Necromancer moves 1, 2 and engages only me because those enemies are not in sight. So 2 dice, let's go. well, 2 damage, thankfully preventing thanks to my defensive dice. Oh, I just realized you can't see the cooldown track. Oh man, let me move a bit. Yeah, sorry, that is how my cooldown track looks. Oof, yeah, space is such an issue in those type of dungeons. So activated, high elf marauder, single die. It's pretty much gonna do anything with a single die. It's blank, and that's about it. Mud crab moves 1, 2. Place enemy moves 1. That's it. Now it's the beginning of round 2. I'm recovering. Well, not really recovering, just moving those 2 nasty ore fatigue and just recover a single die like that. Wow, this is absolutely horrible. Now I still have 4 of my heavy armor dice in the cooldown track. That means I can move up to 7 hexes, including moving through units. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I think this is the way. But first of all, let me roll probably these 2 dice, just so I'd be able to prevent more damage, and I do need some tenacity, so in defensive battle form, these are just 2 dice I'm rolling. Okay, we've got our ironclad, and we've got 4 tenacity, which means we can now use our class ability, I guess. So I'm switching my battle form to magic for 1 light fatigue, and while I'm still in range with all those guys, at least, yeah, pretty much all of them actually, I'm just spending 3 tenacity because of my windwalker, so from 4 down to 1, right, because it's 4 tenacity minus 1, yep, and just roll 4 enemy combat dice, targeting, well, pretty much all of them. I didn't use my scam crusher though, so I still need to take defense into account, but hopefully deal some damage at least. And yep, we've dealt 4 damage, which is, not too bad. That means the Wood Elf Bandit takes all 4, Bal Mammoth takes 3, High Elf Marauder takes 3 as well. No, it takes actually all 4 because it has no defense. High Elf Marauder, then High Elf Necromancer takes only 2, and Argonian Stalker takes 3, and Mud Crab, of course, just single health. And when you look at that, even without ignoring defense, that is a lot of damage. This is why I think Templar is one of the main damage dealer in the game, really. So okay, I engaged, now let's move. Thanks to my unstoppable, I'm gonna displace these enemies, so Zhook, move once, and Zhook, push this one to the next hex, and then 3, 4, 5, and I cannot make a lockpick check. How bad is that? That is super unfortunate. I mean, I can try still. What happens if I fail a lockpick check? When adventurer moves into hex adjacent, they make a lockpick check. If you're in session 2, I'm not in session 2. If successful, discard the drawn item and unlock the cell. Well, it doesn't have anything like any debuffs or penalties. If you are unsuccessful, that means I can potentially try. If I get a bit lucky, who knows? Maybe I'll unlock it without any light fatigue. 3 for 3 is a relatively easy combination because all the numbers are in the middle. So let's go. Wow, nothing even remotely close. Not a single 3 or 4. Okay, 2 more attempts. Okay, we got a single 3, and well, last attempt 3 and 4. Oh, look at that! We've got 3 and 4. How ridiculous is that? That means the cell is indeed unlocked and the item is discarded. And all those guys, they gain full health, including Zivik. So that is 5. 1 more. And we have Orc Marauder, 6 health, 3 and 3. And we've got a skeleton, pretty useless companion. So we have 2 more companions, well, plus Zivik, of course. Nice. Okay, I'm leaving my turn like that, 100%, and just over to the enemies. I mean, over to my companions, actually. Starting with Zivik. And because of its skill swap, it's gonna swap me like that. Though that's about it. Now over to these guys, I think. Wow, this guy can have unlimited number of targets. Though, to be honest, I don't wanna defeat anyone, but I guess, yeah, I pretty much have to. Yeah, you know what, let's do this. So I'm just moving 1 hex, or maybe 1, 2, like that. So now it has a side with everyone, and it's just gonna roll 2 dice. Yep, everyone in range 4. Let's go. Okay, 2 damage, means Bal Mammoth takes 1, Wood Elf Bandit is defeated, and High Elf Marauder is defeated. Actually, let's defeat the High Elf Marauder first, like that. Then Mudcrab takes 1 damage, and Argonian Stalker, and that's about it. High Elf Necromancer cannot take any damage because of its defense. Okay, that's still not too bad. We can now move a Dark Elf Bandit, 1, and yeah, I think that should be alright. Just moves and targets this Bald Mammoth, I guess, with 2 dice, 2 damage, still not too bad. And that's it. Those 2 companions, they are stuck. Maybe I should place some tokens on them as well. Something like that. And like that. Okay, over to the enemies. Bald Mammoth, 3 enemy combat dice targeting this companion. 3 damage, it takes 2. Over to the Necromancer, 2 dice targeting only this companion. Let's go. 1 damage prevented, but then it does its Necromancer thing, resurrecting another enemy. Yikes. Then a level 10 Argonian Stalker, it moves 1, 2, and then Mudcrab moves, and that's about it. Although, hold on, there is no valid hex right to go this way. That means a Mudcrab tries to move actually from the top. 1, 2. Okay, and that should conclude the round 2. Beginning of combat round 3. I'm recovering these dice. Wow, my cooldown track still looks absolutely horrible, and I have only 3 of those dice, which means I can only move up to 6 hexes. I wonder, by the way, since my Juggernaut can sort of push the enemies to the next tiles, I wonder if I can sort of push a Xeric towards these hacks. This could save me a couple of turns actually. Although now as I think about it, I think it probably works only on non-quest units. Which means I'm basically completely stuck here, cannot go any further because my own quest companion is blocking my way. How bad is that? Well, I guess let me roll at least 1 die, and not much else I can do, just to not waste any free engage, so to speak, so rolling just a single authority, gaining, nice, all the way back to 5 tenacity. Fantastic. But that's about it, I can't do anything else. Wow. Yeah, that was a bit awkward, I must say. Oof, and I just realized that because I defeated a level 5 enemy, I should have deployed a level 1 enemy instead, right? Because all level 5, 10 and 20 gain enemy skill rarely. Oof, yeah, that means another level 1 enemy pops up, and that would be Gar. I apologize about the oversight. It has 4 health, and I believe it should have been deployed somewhere like that. Hopefully I'm correct. Okay, over to my companions. Let's move Xeric, 1, 2, and that's it. Now over to this guy, 2 dice to everyone. Let's go. 2 damage. Do have range to this? 1, 2, 3, 4, yep. Okay, so Mammoth takes 1, Argonian Stalker takes 1, this beast takes 2, and this one is defeated. Another enemy to the stack once again. Okay, that's about it really. Now let's go for my Dark Elf Bandit, and I think I'll just continue targeting just this single Bald Mammoth. Let's go. Well, no damage. Okay, and that's about it. Oh no, we have a Mudcrab, of course. We just moves 1, 2, and it cannot do anything against 2 defense, so yep, that's pretty much it. And those 2 guys, they are still locked. This Xeric sort of swapped and placed me to the cell. How thematic is that? Okay, nevertheless, it's beginning of round 4. Look at that. I will start taking a lot of over fatigue soon. So first things first, let me recover those dice. And I don't have these die anymore. That means I have moved only 3. That is a bit of a bummer. Well, at least I'm relatively safe right now, so I don't think I need to make a lot of engages rolling all of those dice. So I think I'm alright with just moving 3 spaces, 1, 2, 3, and that's about it. Not making any engage, nothing whatsoever. I think I'm good. So over to my companions, starting with Xeric. I guess it can engage first, right? Rolling 3 dice, which hopefully should be now enough to defeat Mudcrab. Barely, look at that. Either way, Mudcrab is defeated. Now it can move 1, 2, need 1 more turn. Wow. Now over to those guys, rolling 2 dice targeting all of them. Let's go. Oh wow, 3 damage. That's juicy. Means Mammoth takes 2. This Argonian Stalker is defeated, but of course we're gonna deploy another enemy instead because of its rally. So we need to deploy a level 5 enemy, which would be this Breton Marauder. 6 health, goes like that. Wow, that is a lot of enemies deploying all the time. How bad is that? Now, Gar takes 2 as well, or 3, so it is another enemy defeated. And even High Elf Necromancer himself takes 1. Okay, now my Dark Elf Bandit rolling 2 dice. I mean, should I try to snipe this Necromancer? No, 2 defense. Yeah, let's just continue doing the damage to the Mammoth. So, wow, 3 damage. Could have dealt some damage to the Necromancer. Either way, he takes 2, not too bad. And finally, those guys moving as well. 1, 2, and 1. That is hilarious. And now things do get a bit scary because it's the beginning of round 5 and I have 2 over fatigue. I think that is what might kill me actually. But do I even need to defeat all the enemies? Let me double check. It says this quest step is successful at the end of round in which Zurich is occupying the clash mat. Oof. Okay. Okay. So let's recover those dice. And I'm not even sure if I need to like deal any damage even to the enemies or not. I mean, I don't have my unstoppable yet in my cooldown track. That means I cannot go through those units. So maybe I should follow Zurich and just walk around 1, 2, 3 like that. Well, and that, as a free engage, anyway, let me roll at least some dice, even though, hold on, no one is attacking me actually. Yeah, but fine, let's roll this dice anyway, so that is what I'm doing as a first free engage, so to speak. Or maybe even without, actually, yeah, since no one is targeting me yet, maybe let me roll those 3. Okay, let's go. Not bad, not bad. And I can even spend 2 tenacity on Silver Circlet to change this to the number 2. I think it is always worth doing that, so I'm gonna place it like that. Maybe I should have rolled this before moving actually now as I think about it, but hey, I'm not sure what to expect from the next quest step, honestly, so this one not a bit sure what I've been doing here. Either way, that is the end of my turn. Now over to my companions, starting with Zurich, and he does move 1, and then 2 I guess, and let's see. This quest step is successful at the end of round in which Zurich is occupying the clash mat. Proceed to quest step D09 without entering the current encounter. On page 36. Oh, hold on, that is on page 36. Okay, it says reduce the round counter by 2. Whew, saved. So we're now at 3 and heal Zurich to full HP. Each unit adjacent to Zurich gains a day's status die. Okay, Zurich is no longer controlled by the party and is considered an opposing unit to all units. Oh my goodness. He takes his turns before adventures and moves as many hexes as possible towards the entrance tile. Okay, so he's trying to escape this nasty thief. If he can make maximum progress towards the entrance tile and still end his movement in a hex where he can target an opposing unit, he does so. Once he enters the entrance tile, he has escaped and is removed from the battle map. Okay, let's see what we have. The encounter is successful at the end of round in which all undefeated adventurers are occupying the entrance tile. So basically all I need is to escape. If Zurich escaped, proceed to quest step E10. If Zurich was defeated or remains in the dungeon, proceed to quest E11. So I have 2 options to either just escape myself. Hold on, I need to escape anyway, right? Yeah, so to complete this dungeon, all I need to do is just to escape myself. In the meantime, if I let Zurich escape, I'll get 1 ending. If I'll defeat it, I'll get another one. But it has Penumbra. It's gonna be really tough to defeat this guy because it will jump on anyone really, right? And it treats everyone as opposing units. But hold on, what I'm talking about. Since he treats all enemies as opposing units, right? Let me check. Zurich is no longer controlled by the party, is considered opposing unit to all units. Yep, that means he has no allied units, and that means his Penumbra not gonna work. Okay, nice. So over to my companions, I guess. Does this guy has a range? 1, 2, 3, 4, yep. Although 2 defense, yeah, that's gonna be really hard to break through. Okay, nevertheless, let me roll 2 dice, I guess. Yep, targeting just everyone. And nope. 1 damage. Pointless. Dark Elf Bandit. Let's deal some damage to the Mammoth. Wow, that is a lot of damage. Even though I'm not sure I want to defeat the Mammoth, really. Yeah, I think I'd rather not, even though I already declared this as a target. Yikes. Okay, that means we're gonna have another level 12 Mammoth deployed. How bad is that? Because of the Necromancy. So let's grab a level 10 enemy. Because of Penumbra, we have Troll. Even more health, even more defense. Yeah. Goes like that. Now my companions, they still move 1, 2, 1, 2. That's it. Now over to the enemies. Troll rolls 3 dice, and that is 3 damage. Okay, still alive, still alive. And High Elf Necromancer, 2 dice. Okay, targeting just once again single enemy. And wow, 2 blanks. That is a jackpot. Even though he does resurrect this Mammoth, which once again will trigger rally. How bad is that? Okay, I guess that's about it. Beginning of round 4. And now Zurich goes first, and it will target all opposing units, so I guess it just moves 1, 2, and target this Bal Mammoth, rolling 3 dice, of course finishing it off, and we've got another level 10 enemy deployed instead on this hack, which would be this Goblin Shaman. Okay, 5 health here. Right, now over to me. Those 2 Aura Fatigue go back. And okay, I still have my Unstoppable. That means I can move just 2 additional hexes. Yeah, that is not good. I mean, defeating Zero could be nice, I guess. Right, but can I move 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on, I have only last turn before I can do that. Oof, yeah, I don't think I can deal 6 damage. I can deal 4 probably with my Supernova, ignoring defense along the way, but I don't think that would be enough. I need more damage, and to deal more damage I need more tenacity. Hold on, actually I do have more tenacity with my potion. I mean this Nord mead. Okay, so think. I have 5 movements. I can move 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, I can move it. Okay, I can move. Let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, I think is okay. Now I'm switching battle form to heavier weapon to make it engage and overtax this thing. So this turn I'm ignoring all defense on all enemies. Okay. Now I'm switching my battle form to Magicka for the cost of normal 1 life fatigue, plus I'm adding 1 extra because of Juggernaut, so I'm gaining 2 tenacity in the process. Okay. And now I'm rolling 4 dice, which hopefully will deal some nice damage, so let's go. Okay, we've got 4. That is actually not too bad. Not too bad. That is already enough to defeat High Elf Necromancer, once again because I'm ignoring defense. And we dealt 4 damage to Zurich, ignoring his defense once again. Plus we dealt 4 damage to Goblin, Shaman, and plus we have still range for this Breath Marauder, who also take 4. Wow, you look at that, man, this is so good. And of course I spent 2 tenacity once again because of my Windwalker discount rate. It costs 4 minus 2, so just 2. Okay, but this is still not the end, because I can spend 2, hold on, just 1 tenacity. Oh, this Windwalker is so good, because I'm spending just 1 tenacity to gain 3 bonus health. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then I'm spending another 1 tenacity on Solar Flare, which deal a targetable enemy damage equal to your bonus HP, so I'm dealing 3 damage HP. I mean 3 damage to Zurich. And because I'm ignoring all defense, that is enough to defeat this traitor. Yay! How good is that? And because it treats, of course, everyone as opposing units, there is no allies, its Penumbra does not trigger. Fantastic. Wow, that was quite a turn. I mean, this Goblin Shaman will deal some damage. Hold on, I still have my bonus HP. Yep. So I think I'm alright. I don't need to do anything really, right? I don't need to defeat the enemies. I'm good. We're just doing kinda a mess here in this prison. All those guards, they are dealing with the escaped prisoners, so we're good. So it's over to my companions, and honestly, I don't think we need anything. Oh, hold on. I defeated High Elf Necromancer, which was standing here, I think. And of course we need to deploy another level 5 enemy. Let's see, I'm gonna have this guy. Right, 5 health, oof, elusive. Anyway, oh wow, 3 combat. You look at that. Yeah, you know what? Let's still play as normal. So our guys rolling 2 dice. Can I target this one? So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there is a range. 2 goblin shaman. Come on. Oh, nice. 3 damage. That is, well, certainly enough to defeat goblin shaman. But once again, because of its rally, I'm gonna replace it with another level 5 enemy. And that would be a skewer pup. Okay, at least -1 combat. Okay, and plus we're dealing 1 damage. 2 troll, and we, I believe, defeating this Breath Marauder, which once again gets replaced with another level 1 enemy. And that would be this Imperial Bandit with 5 health. 1 more. Phew. And our Dark Elf Bandit, well, I don't think we need like deal any damage, right? No, let's still play it. Just rolling 2 dice, targeting troll, and yep, no damage. These guys, well, still move 1, 2, 1, 2, and that's it. Over to the enemies, troll, rolling 3 dice, and wow, 4 damage. Actually, is defeating this enemy. Such a shame. And by the way, this enemy is defeated. Do I get the reward? I don't think so. I don't think so. That would be cheating. So no, I will not give this reward. -1. Then we have a level 5 enemy, skewer pup, targeting me. 2 dice, and well, only 1 damage. Nice. I'm preventing with my bonus health. Now this elusive guy moves and rolls 3 dice. And wow, 4 damage. I'm preventing 2 and still taking 2 because I don't have any ways of preventing anymore. Okay, but that's about it, right? We have this Imperial Bandit that moves 1, 2, engages with I know, a single die that, wow, deals 2 damage. But other than that, that shouldn't really matter, right? Because it's around 5. Yeah, I'm recovering these dice, and all I need to do is to escape. That means I can roll, you know, a single, well, not a single, just a couple of these dice, I think, just from melee. Let's place all of them in the cooldown track. Oh wow, well, not all of them, that's bad still. That still counts. 1 tenacity, and I can now move up to 6 hexes, which would be 1, 2, 3, 4. And wow, I mean, this encounter is successful at the end of a round in which all undefeated dangers occupy the entrance tile. So I guess this level 10 enemy does something that Skewer Pup moves 1, 2, or rather 3 because of rush, but it's not engaging. This enemy moves 1, 2, and yeah, but that's pretty much it. Wow. We made it! We made it all the way back to the entrance tile, unlocking Zurich. He betrayed us, but we defeated it along the way. How cool is that? That is still just session 1. We gained 3 experience, so we have now 19 all in the tracker, and I have 1 experience saved. So I could potentially upgrade my cooldowns taking this opportunity. Or I could get more stamina, which I need so badly. But no, I think I will just try more cooldown all the way to 4 like that. So let's see what reward, or what rather keyword we got. If Zurich escaped, nope. If Zurich was defeated, right, go to E11. Okay, on page 41, E11, that would be this one. And we've got the keyword eliminate agent. And we're gonna stay in Black Marsh and do the Eye of the Queen quest in session 2. Wow, I'm gonna clean up this mess, take a quick break, and we continue in session 2. Hey, just a quick note before we continue. One of my long-term goals within gaming is to reach 1000 supporters on Patreon. That's the freedom number that will allow the channel to be financially sustainable regardless of YouTube algorithm. If you enjoy the channel and would like to help me keep making more deep videos like this one, you can join the Patreon using the link below. And now back to the video. Alright guys, welcome back to session 2. We're still in Black Marsh, but this time we're doing Eye of the Queen questline. With the session snapshot is to travel to 3 different cities and make choices about how to complete a job in each one. So our starting location is Leyawiin over here. Special setup instruction is to set aside this quest unit, Empowered Dislanderer or Enraged Dislanderer, and our quest objective is to travel to Dead Water Village and complete a town encounter recommended by day 4. So that is Dead Water Village. I mark it here on the map, and we simply need to travel there, initiate a town encounter, and we must resolve one of the 3 town actions, and I'm gonna get to that once we are in that village. Now I also realized that in my inventory I had this expanded potion, which of course must be discarded at the end of session. It cannot carry over once it's expanded, so unfortunately this potion served me well, but I have to discard it. And I believe I have not used this Nordmead. I hope it's correct, and yeah, while I'm open my follow, I can already rearrange slightly my inventory, put this Camp Crusher back over here so I could overtax it again. So I guess let's resolve the first day 1 town encounter. Once again, our starting location is Leyawiin, so let me quickly find this town. Nope, next page, yep, we got Leyawiin over here. If the weather is flooding, the inn is closed. No, it is not. We start on sunny weather. We have 4 common items. 1, 2, 3, 4. Breton Jack? No, not for my build. And 1, 2 legendary. And we have 5 trainers. I mean, it would be nice to have light magic. I mean, light armor maybe. And 1, 2, and 3. 2 more. 1, 2. Nope, no light armor. Okay, and I don't think I need to make this town square action for the legendary. I've got pretty much the best legendary weapon I need already, so I think I'll just grab 2 items, probably this armor, so I could recover at least that single combat die. And maybe Sweet Roll. I mean, recovering up to 4 dice from the cooldown track is not too bad. And yeah, I think that is what I'll take. These 2 items, Breton Jack and Sweet Roll. Gonna place it in my backpack for now. And that's about it. That's the end of this really short town encounter. Not much else I could do. I don't have any saved experience from the last encounter. I spent it all on advancing my cooldown stat all the way to 4, which is pretty nice. So this is all removed. This is, let me set aside and activate the province effect, and we got the sunny weather. Perfect, so it stays as is. It means the next day we can travel up to 6 spaces. Nice. So beginning of day 2, and our destination is in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in 7 hexes. So we need at least 1 more day guarantee. But still, I'd like to get as close as I can, just in case the weather would get either rainy or flooding. It's changing all the time, pretty much like here in the UK. But you know what, I think I'll go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 towards this conflict encounter, because from that conflict encounter we have 4 hexes away from our destination, which is perfect. Generally speaking, in Black Marsh you don't want to be further than 4 hexes, just so we could reach it even in flooding weather. So that means I'll just gain 3 light fatigue, which I can now easily recover, and I move 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3 towards this Vanalk conflict landmark and draw a conflict card. Captive Audience. Okay, so it is a clash. Add level 5 Dark Elf Marauder to the EP and deploy it first. If the weather is rainy or flooding, it is not. The caches are shackled prisoners. After an adventurer succeeded a lockpick check on a prisoner, they discard the gained item and instead deal 2 damage to each enemy. Caches are not discarded when a lockpick check is failed. Okay, so enemy pool is 19, which is actually not too bad for my build. Even though I do admit it is a very exotic build with no damage dealing skill line. As you can see, I rely just on my class abilities alone pretty much. So let's add those caches first, who are prisoners in this encounter. Not sure I want to lockpick any though. Now we need to deploy level 5 Dark Elf Marauder and deploy it first. Okay, so let me find this guy. Dark Elf and Dark Elf Marauder. Okay, yeah, this is the one. 4 health. I don't like Divert so much. And it goes over here, and now the enemy pool of 19. That means a level 10 enemy, and that would be Scamps. Okay, it is a Daedra enemy, and Daedra is always good for my supernova luminous shards. Yep, 7 health. 2 over here, now level 5 enemy. And let's see what we get. That is the local guy, Voriplasm, with 4 health. It goes over here. And 4 level 1 enemies. Wow, that is a lot of enemies. So let me just grab a bunch of health chips. Oh, sorry, enemy chips, and we got 1, 2, 3, 4 in that order. So Imperial Bandit, 5 health, and to add one more, which is 4. Now High Elf Bandit, it is 5. Then Wood Elf Bandit to spot number 6. Although wait, no, this should be over here, right? And Skeleton, the last one. Yeah, they all sort of guardian those prisoners. Well, fair enough, I guess. Let me start over here. And yep, it's the beginning of combat round 1. I'm recovering these dice. First, I would like to get a bit closer to all of those gentlemen. So I guess let's roll some of these. And man, yeah, 3 stamina. I definitely need to upgrade more. That is so inefficient. Yeah, I think let's roll 1 authority to keep the tenacity engine going. So first engage these 3 dice. Okay, not too bad. There could be a bit better result on authority. 3 tenacity, and now I can move 2 additional hexes, which is already should be enough, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now I have a range with everyone. Okay, so let me move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we'll make another engage, so I'm adding 2 light fatigue, and yeah, I definitely need to mitigate some damage, and I do want Windwalker ideally. Yep, I think these are 3 dice for my second engage. Let's go. Oh no, we got to miss on Windwalker entirely. I mean, I do have my thing, right? Silver Circlet. Yeah, and you know what, I think I will use it right now, so interrupting. Changing the tenacity from 3 down to 1 to adjust this to the number 2. I think it is worth it, hopefully. The rest dice are pretty good, so I'm gonna place all of that like so. And I guess I still need to make another engage to ignore all of their defense, right? Yeah, let's go for it. So another engage in heavy weapon battle form. I think I will roll just a single authority. Or maybe should I roll this one as well? Yeah, let's roll 1 combat. I believe I will recover it anyway, right? Because of Bread and Jack. Yeah, so I think I should be good. And of course I'm overtaxing my Scamp Crusher, so I'm ignoring all defense on enemies until the end of turn. Place it in my pack. Let's roll this dice, and I'm targeting Imperial Bandit to hopefully reduce its health to 4. Oh wow, 5 tenacity, yeah. Now we're talking. A bit of overkill, overflow. 1 tenacity is lost unfortunately, but hey, dealing 1 damage to Imperial Bandit. And now of course I'm adding 1 more light fatigue to switch battle form to magic and use my luminous shards for only, I believe, 2 tenacity. Yep, from 5 down to 3 to roll 4 enemy combat dice. Let's go. 4 damage, okay, you know, statistically average. Could have been a bit better, but can't complain. So that is enough to defeat Imperial Bandit. Pooh, 1 enemy down, and Wood Elf Bandit, and now has just the last health chip left. Scamps, because its Daedra takes 2 more damage, so it only have 1 health left. Wow, a Skeleton defeated, Wood Elf Bandit defeated. You just look at that. Voriplasm defeated, and Dark Elf Marauder, it is diverted, so it has only 1 health left, otherwise it would have been defeated as well. Wow, you just look at that. Yeah, this is why I like Templar so much, and I think it is the best damage dealer in the game, really. So, yep, I think I'm done with my turn. I mean, I could still spend some tenacity on gaining Solar Flare or whatnot, but I think I'm good. Yeah. So over to the enemies, starting with level 10 Scamps. It rolls 3 enemy combat dice. And that is 3 damage. I'm preventing 2, but still taking 1. It's okay, fine by me. Now, also I need to gain, to get Maim, which is not a big deal. And of course I'm recovering my combat die as well. Now over to Dark Elf Marauder. Just 2 dice. 2 damage, preventing. And then Wood Elf Bandit moves and just engaging with a single die. And that is, well, no damage, even though I could have prevented up to 3, so that is, yeah, pretty much pointless anyway. Now it's new round, I'm recovering, ooh, now 4 dice. How cool is that? And, well, not much I need to do, to be honest. Even though, yeah, you know what, because it's a free engage, why wasting it? I'm gonna switch my battle form to defense, roll all of these 3 dice just to keep them in my cooldown track. Okay, we've got a miss on Juggernaut, or I mean Unstoppable, so yeah, not the best result, but now all I need to do is to once again switch my battle form to magic and roll all of the 4 dice, which should be enough, 100%, pretty much. Yeah, look at that, 6 damage, how ridiculously strong is that? And yep, that is the end of this encounter. Wow, how good is that? Okay, that is all done. Level 10. These are all level 1 and 5s. Okay, and we got 2 experience. So we have now 21 on the tracker, and I have 2 experience, which I'm definitely gonna spend on advancing my stamina stat. I need it so badly. These dice are recovered, and well, that's about it. Let me just reset the counter, remove health chips, and discard this card, and we're good. Let's just activate the province effect. Hold on, do I need to make adventure rest step? No, I think I'm good. So yep, let's activate. And wow, we've got flooding weather. Yeah, look at that. I'm so glad I'm just 4 hexes away and not more. And I'm so glad I still have exactly 2 spots left in my cooldown track. Wow. Okay, yep, this is why I'm not a big fan of Black Marsh. Well, I mean, let's just put it the other way around. Let's say that I think it's not as easy as sometimes people think. So, beginning of day 3, and I mean, with flooding weather, I could go to another conflict potentially, or I can already go to this one, right? To this town encounter. And let me read it, by the way, once again. So we're doing, Eye of the Queen. Just let me quickly find it. Our quest step is to travel to this dead water village, recommended by day 4, so we know that we're just a bit ahead of the curve. And while in Deadwater Village, you must resolve one of the following as a free town action. Make a social check of 4, or gain persistent effect that way each town populated with fewer items. No thank you. Or make a clash. Okay, but thankfully I do have full tenacity, so I think I'm alright with taking this as a social check. So I'm moving 1, 2, 3, gaining 2 over fatigue, unfortunately. And let's go to this dead water village. This town, initiate the town encounter. Okay, so we have 3 common items. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, a Dark Elf Curious. 2 legendaries. 1, 2. The pig is quite good as well. And 2 trainers. We have nope and nope. I don't need any of that, so I can bring them back. Okay. Oh, and the inn is closed here. How bad is that? You know what? Yeah, first of all, let's, as a free town action, spend 4 tenacity to pass this check. Okay, so our quest part is done. Now I think I might go to this town square, because I do have armor that I can just discard and search the command deck for the weapon or armor of your choice. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm discarding this one, and the item I'm looking for is probably Bark Skin Helmet. This is probably one of the few things that can sort of boost me a little bit. So let's see, any weapon or armor of my choice. But yeah, I think Bark Skin Helmet is probably the only one that I really need. Yeah. So, oof. Shoulder mounted parasol. Yep, that is 100% another item that would boost me a lot. Nope, probably not. Nope. Unless there's anything better, but I believe that is the only one that can sort of help me slightly. You know, steel wall, no. Come on, it would be hilarious if this item is somewhere like literally at the top of the deck. Nope. Okay, it wasn't in the top, it was frankly in the middle, so... after an enemy engages you, recover the leftmost die in your cooldown track. Yeah, you know what? I think I'll take this one. I don't think there's anything else that would boost me in such a good way. So I'm discarding this one to take Barkskin Helmet that was down square, and as my second action, I think I'll take Dark Elf Cuirass. More tenacity, yeah, especially since I can prevent some damage, so that is my second down action. Then I'm going to shuffle this deck. Okay, it says, yep, then shuffle the deck, of course. So let me shuffle this whole mess. Oh, this is a giant stack of cards, a deck of cards. Hopefully that should do it. And 2 legendaries are just returned back. Okay, so I do get some good items now. Let me place them maybe this way. 2 armor pieces on this side and Nordmead. Yeah, I'd need to use it sometime. You know what, let me quickly put this in my pack. Maybe switch it with Scam Crushers. Okay, like that. Good. And I believe we got 1 experience or something. Let me get back to the quest step. Eye of the Queen. So we traveled, initiated, we completed the social check. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, we got 2 experience. Nice. So we have 23 on the tracker and 2 experience. I mean, more stamina would be nice. Should I just save for it and just so I could roll all of those dice together potentially? Or maybe go to Windwalker quickly, or not Windwalker, Defiance on level 4. So then I could have reroll potential misses. And yeah, you know what, let's go for Defiance as quick as I can, so then I could untrain level 3 skill dice, so then I have more space for potentially training Magicka. So that is what I'm doing, spending 1 experience on training level 3 skill die in my acrobatics skill line. And that would be either expert evasion, or maybe just for the sake of fun, let's try duelist rebuff. This is not something I usually train, but I'm then intent on trying this one anyway. So, you know what, let's put it like that. And I still have 1 experienced saved, which I think I'll just keep saved like that. And 1 completed, go to entry B33 on page 28. So let's see where we're gonna travel next. It says travel to 3 different cities in the session snapshot. So, Eye of the Queen, the quest objective, travel to Stormhold and complete town encounter recommended by day 9. Oh my goodness, Stormhold is at the very, very top of the card of the map. It's over here. Wow, that is gonna be quite a long journey. Hopefully not alongside, you know, this flooding weather. Hold on, this was my, the bag. Okay, and in this town we must resolve one of the following: either steal from the shop or discard a collective total of 2 items. Okay, so I'm done with this day for now. Let's just activate the province effect, and we've got rainy weather. Oof, this is so bad. I mean, you just look at my cooldown track. Now actually, as I think about it, maybe I should have activated my adventure rest step, especially since I have the item that can sweet roll, so I can recover more dice, I think. And I think I will. Sorry, that is a little bit of cheating, because technically I should have done this on the end of day. And by the way, I have not moved the day dial, so I think we're good. So yeah, I think we're good. Okay, so I'm just discarding sweet roll to activate the province effect, and because it's a consumable item, I can still get the actual effect of this item itself, which says discard this item, then adventurer may recover a collective total of up to 4 dice from their cooldown track. So I think I will just recover 1, and well, this 3 will be recovered anyway, but yeah, I just rather recover 2 more. Although this one I actually quite like in my cooldown track, and so is Ironclad. Yeah, let's just recover, I guess, all of those 3 dice. 1, 2, 3, and that is 4, and it says recover up to 4 dice. Okay, and because I discarded item, I can also remove 1 die from my cooldown track and heal for 1 HP. So I'm back to full health, and I can recover 1 over fatigue. Nasty dice. Okay, now it is beginning of day 4, and now I have a little bit more freedom when it comes to traveling, because I can now move, well, let's see, up to 4 hexes towards this destination. Could be maybe this conflict 1 to 3. On the other hand, if I want to maximize the movement, I should move maybe to unstable. Let's count. If I go to this conflict, and let's assume that the weather will stay like that, that means, okay, 1 day, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at that, I'm 1 day off. But I mean, on the other hand, it is recommended by day 9, right? Yeah. So should I maybe go to another town? We have Root Whisper Village. I believe there we can train any magic type, a skill line, and also tavern, right? Let me quickly check. Root. Yeah, this is the one. Okay, I think that should be doable. So maybe if I go to maybe this unstable, which will give then enough tenacity to pass a social check, as otherwise the tavern is closed. So that would be 1 to 3 unstable, then for 2 I can move guarantee, reach this town, and from route, hold on, so that would be, and now is day 4, then day 5, and then how many days I will need to get to this location? That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, day 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, day 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. I think that is alright. So I can move 1, 2, 3 to this unstable. I moved 1 extra, so I'm gaining 1 light fatigue. And let's roll the unstable die. Well, I think I'm pretty much ready for the battle. And even if we'll land on a town, this is not too bad because there is a tavern. I can clean my cooldown track. So let's go. Okay, we got peaceful. Not something I wanted, because I would love to actually clear up this cooldown, maybe get some more experience, but hey. Okay, peaceful it is then. Let's see what we have. Mending fences. I can either get persistent effect after your next overland phase, you may move the party up to 3 additional hexes. Oh, that would be nice. But hold on, I'm on the unstable. That means I have to go for the second option, which is each adventurer either gains 3 light fatigue or is dealt 2 true damage. Skip today's adventure rest step unless you are occupying some of those locations, which is not the case for me. And for the unstable option, it says adventurer must choose the true damage unless it would defeat them. Okay, so 1, 2 true damage. Okay, not a big deal since I'll be healing anyway. Oh, and I do gain 2 experience. How cool is that? I have now 25 on the tracker, and with my 1 saved experience, I have now 3. Which, you know what, I think I will actually spend on another stamina just so I could roll all of these dice together if I need to. So that is what I do, spend all experience, and the next day weather would be sunny. Yeah, that is a bit wasteful. Oh, and by the way, I do gain 2 tenacity because it was unstable, even though, yeah, that sunny weather for the next day is definitely a waste. Okay, what a bummer. And that's about it, really, right? That means it's the beginning of day 5, and yeah, I'm staying, guess, keeping to the plan. By the way, the weather, of course, is sunny. I could rush towards that location, but I think it's okay. It's gonna be day 5. Then in worst case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a day 6, day 7, day 8. Yeah, but it's alright. I think we should manage to do this. So I'm just going to this Root Whisper Village and initiate this town encounter. Now let me find it. Root Whisper. Okay. At the start of this encounter, the party must make a social check of party size ×2, otherwise the inn is closed. So I'm definitely spending 2 tenacity to pass this check to open the tavern, and I guess I'll go for the town square. Deal 1 true damage to choose train any magic type skill die. Oh, and by the way, of course, let's review the items first. 1, 2, ooh, those are pretty good items. And trainers. Let's get 2 trainers. 1 and 2. Okay. I mean, this item is really good. More true damage, so to speak, but I probably don't have a slot now since I have 2 of these, plus Silver Circlet, plus Scam Crusher. Not fully sure. Yeah, you know what? I think it's okay to skip it, even though it's a really good item, but I would take it 100% if I go for immovable build, which I sort of reflect. But yeah, I guess I'm just taking 1 true damage to train any one magic type skill line, so let me go all of them. And here is light armor. I'll place it like that. Okay, that's my first down action. And as my second down action, of course, I'm going to the tavern. So back to full 6 health, right? Yep. And recovering, removing all those nasty fatigue. Wow, I had so many. Okay, and that's about it. I spent my 2 down actions, so nothing else I can do really. Let's just clean it up, remove everything. All those skill tokens. Oh, such good items, but hey, I think I'm already packed with items, at least in my ready slots. So that is all resolved. I didn't get any experience, still at 25 on the tracker. Let's now just activate the province effect. Oh, and we have the same weather stain. Fantastic. Nice. Okay, now this is beginning of day 6, and it's definitely my chance to rush now towards this destination. So let's see, I'm standing here, moving maximum 6 hexes. That would be 1, 2, 3, plus 1, 2, 3. Oh no, that is unstable. And the reason I'm saying oh no, because the next encounter I see in the deck is called a Wabajack attack. It is definitely the encounter you don't want to take on unstable. I mean, I could go just here to this conflict, but that is a bit wasteful. I think I should try to continue moving as further as I can towards this destination. Maybe this peaceful 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, I can reach it. Although from there I would need a couple of days, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Although no, I can still reach it in 2 days. In that sense, there is no difference between these two, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 2. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So yeah, you know what? Let's go into the peaceful encounter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gaining 3. Light fatigue. And well, let's see what we get. Swamp fever. If the weather is flooding, you cannot select this option. Well, it is not flooding, so I can select it. Make a social check of party size +3. If successful, each adventurer must discard 1 item. Hold on, if successful, each adventurer must discard 1 item, if possible. No, I think I'm good. Let's see what another option is. Adventurers can only spend experience on tenacity during today's reward phase, and the adventurer rest step is skipped. Well, I'm actually okay with that. I wouldn't be able to spend my tenacity anyway, I mean my experience. So I'll just gain 1 experience, we have 26 on the tracker. And I'll just keep this in my bank. I'm saving it, I'm not spending it, so that is okay. So that's about it. Let's switch the weather to rainy. And that is now beginning of day 7. So with the rainy weather, I can move only up to 4 hexes. That is not ideal. There is not a single conflict encounter in that area. Only unstable, but no thank you. With Wabajack attack, I don't want to take that risk. And I don't think I need anything in this town really. So I could go to Markwater, and from there we're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a guaranteed way of reaching that destination. Yeah, you know what? I think that is the play. Probably to just another peaceful, I think. Not quite ideal, but I think that is still the play. So I'm moving 1, 2, hold on, 1, 2, 3, right? 1, no, I was standing here, wait, 1, 2, 3, right, so I'm getting only 1 light fatigue. Okay, let's draw the peaceful encounter, a thief in the night. So we have 2 options. Thankful for your warming, the camp invites for a hot meal. Each adventurer may gain 4 tenacity and gain 4 bonus experience. 4 bonus HP, sorry, but you're not gaining any experience from this encounter. And the second option is to make a lockpick check on 6, 3, 1. An adventurer may make as many attempts as they wish, but for each attempt after the first, they must roll 1d6. On 1 or 2, the camp is alerted and the encounter ends. Quite risky, I must say. So should I go for the first option, which is just 4 tenacity and 4 bonus health, but with no experience at all? And well, you know what, let's take it. I didn't want the risk, so no experience, just 4 tenacity and 4 bonus health. That does feel a bit wasteful as a day encounter. Hold on, but it says the encounter is successful regardless of the outcome. So hold on lockpick checks, I roll d6. On a result 1 or 2, the camp is alerted and the encounter ends. Some classes like burglars, rogues, scouts and thieves only alert the camp if they roll 1. Adventure draw 1 upon succeeding at the check. So maybe I should still take this one, By the way, before I decide, let's double check if I need to make any lockpick check in this destination. So we're going towards a Stormhold. Let's see. Nope, not really. All we need to do is make a steal from the shop down action. Okay, well, in that case, to be honest, I would rather gain the experience. So I'm not gaining tenacity, not gaining this thing. I'll just try to make a lockpick check on 631. I have only one attempt, right? But this encounter is successful regardless of outcome. If I fail the check, I simply not get the legendary items. Okay, so let's go. 631. Oh, wow! How close is that? You look at that? That is, well, nearly perfect single attempt. Wow. Okay, you know what? I'll take 1 light fatigue. Turn this into 3 and draw legendary item upon succeeding at the check. Okay, and we've got this instrument, which is probably quite useless for me, but at least I can discard it as if needed, just to activate the adventure rest step. Okay, now this is successful, and I do gain 1 experience, so we have now 27 on the dial, and I have 1 more, which I think I can now spend on training Defiance on level 4. So let me grab this one, which is great, because on the next turn, on the next day, I could untrain level 3 and slide Defiance, and then I'll have more space to train in more Magicka if I need to. Okay, when the weather becomes sunny. Fantastic. So this is all resolved. Now it's the beginning of day 8. And well, with sunny weather, I can just go 1, 2, 3, and then a 1 light fatigue to reach the destination. Nice. Okay, so let me double check my quest step. It was page 28, I believe. Okay, yep, 28. Travel to Stormhold, complete a town encounter recommended by day 9. So again, 1 day ahead of the curve. While in Stormhold, you must successfully resolve one of the following. This steal from the shop town square action is a group town action for this encounter. The party must choose 1 adventure to make the lockpick check. If the adventure is unsuccessful, you must resolve option 2, increasing the amount of items needed by 1. And the second option is, as a free town action, adventurers must discard a collective total of 2 items. So I need to either discard 2 items, but I probably don't want to do that, to be honest. So I would rather try my luck in stealing from the shop. But this time it's not a free town action, that means it is counts with only 2 available town actions. Okay, so Stormhold it is then. When populating the shop, if the weather is sunny, which it is sunny, the shop populates an additional common and legendary. Nice. So we have 5 common items, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, and 2 legendaries, 1, 2. Then we have 5 trainers, which I don't even need to reveal. I don't have any space to train them in the first place. And now let's go for the town square, because this is something we need to do. Make a lockpick check, 1, 2, 6, 2 attempts. If successful, draw 1 legendary item or gain 1 item from the shop and gain an additional town action. If your cooldown track has 4 or more fatigue in after the check is complete, the check is unsuccessful. Okay, so given the amount of light fatigue I already have, it means I cannot pretty much do this unless I visit the tavern first. Yeah, that is a bit unlucky, but I do take tavern first as my first town action, clearing my cooldown track, removing light fatigue. So now I can go to this town square and make a social check, a lockpick check of 1, 2, 6, 2 attempts. So let's go. Ooh, this is decent. We'll get 1 and 6, and we have 1 more attempt to roll 2. Okay, not too bad. Come on. We get 1. Fantastic. So I'm just gaining 1 light fatigue. That means the check is successful. And it says draw 1 item, legendary item, or gain 1 from the shop. So healing, nope, I don't think I need these legendaries. So, yep, these are legendaries. So I'd rather draw another one. maybe that's something more useful. Not really, but it's okay. I can discard it just to activate Province effect. I mean, adventure rest step, if needed. Okay, so this part is successful, I can imagine, right? Let me just go to the quest step one more time, because I've done everything they asked me to. Let's go to 28. Okay, when in Stormhold, you must successfully resolve one of the following. This is done. After either option is successful, draw one legendary and place it face down and in adventure ready slot. This item cannot be used or discarded but does occupy the ready slot. It may be traded between adventures as normal but cannot be placed in adventurer's pack. You may look at the item on the card. Okay, so I'm drawing another legendary. It is Barbaric Shield. It's gonna be face down in my active slot, in my ready slot. Well, I think I'll replace Dark Elf Kiras, but I don't need this just yet probably. But that is still, that is still quite nasty, I must say. Okay, so this is all resolved now. Gain 1 experience. We have now 28 on the tracker. I have 1 experience saved, and I think I can already untrain this duelist rebuff. I still hadn't even chance to use it, but hey, whatever. At least now we have Windwalker and Defiance, and that is exactly what I wanted, and we have now more slots, another space for training 4th Magicka if I want to. So when completed, go to entry C34 on page 34. How convenient. So 34 and 34. Okay, we've got this part, quest objective, travel to Alten Corimont and resolve one of the following options. Recommended by day 12, initiate a clash at the end of the quest. We either give the staff to the contractor or refuse to hand over the staff. Okay, but that is by day 12. Before that we have a couple of days spare. Let me just activate the Province effect, and we got Sunny again. Nice, and that is beginning of day 9. And our destination location is just right here, right? Alten Corimont. So we are 3 spaces away, right? Travel to Alten Corimont. Okay, so this is not too bad. That means I can just, hang around in this area, maybe go to the conflict. Yeah, because it's finally not an unstable, so I can sort of discard the top card. So that is what I'm doing. Wabajak attack. We're gonna have a clash, and we're gonna add a level 5 Khajiit Marauder to the EP and deploy it first. At the end of each round, replace all other enemies with the new enemy units of equal level from the enemy bag, maintaining their current HP. And if I were to take this on unstable, it would say each adventurer must replace their current race with a different one drawn as random, so that could be a disaster for my build. So this is why I didn't want to take this as unstable. I just knew this card because it's from the general item pool, so I've learned the hard way to never take a Wabajak attack on unstable. Okay, so we have enemy pool of 28, but first we need to add Khajiit Marauder and deploy it first. We also have a couple of caches, 1, 2, and let's find the Khajiit Marauder. Hey, Khajiit. Okay, this is the one with 3 health on this spot. Okay, now level 20. I've got this Hajj Mortar, or whatever you pronounce this beast. Okay, 8 health, so 4 more to the hex number 2. That's next to the Marauder, to Khajiit. Okay, then level 5 and 3 level 1s. So that is 5 and 3 1s. That would be 1, 2, and 3, just on level 1 sides. Okay, so 5 HP. 1, 2, 3, 1 more to this hex, then 5 health, go to, this is hex number 4, then High Elf Bandit, hex number 5, and Skelly Boy on hex number 6. Okay, and let me deploy probably somewhere here. I can move up to 5 hexes. You look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, I can just target everyone. Okay, this is good. I do have my Scam Crusher in the ready slot, which is quite nice indeed. We got the level 20 completely blocked over there, which is good for me, of course. So I guess let's keep going. Moving 1, 2, 3. And do I have now range? No, I need to come a bit closer, maybe like that. Yep, now I can target everyone with my Magicka. 1, 2, 3, yep, this is a nice area damage. And let's start the engage in heavy weapon, of course, overtaxing my thing, Scamp Crusher. I'm overtaxing it, and I believe I can place another one, right? You may then move a different item in your pack to a ready slot. Woohoo, so I can even bring this Dark Elf Furious back. Fantastic. Okay, so I'm overtaxing it, and I'm also rolling probably on these 3 dice. Yeah, that's the only one I can roll, really, in this battle form. So let's go. Oh wow, get 5 on Authority but miss on Windwalker. Wait. I still have my Silver Circlet, right? Yes, interrupt. After rolling, I can, first I need to resolve this one, gain 5 tenacity, then I'm gonna spend 2 tenacity to change this one to this side of my choice, which would be like that. Even though, as I think about it, I should probably make an engage, rolling all of these dice first. Okay, either way, I do have now ignoring the armor effect until the end of my turn. This, of course, is now in my pack. And I do have 3 tenacity, so yeah, yep, 100%. I should have used this afterwards. I'm still not quite getting used to this build, so I guess let me make another engage. So 2 light fatigue, switching battle form to defense, and let's roll probably these 4. I don't think I need more, really. That should do it, so let's go. Okay, that is a decent roll. Actually, I wouldn't mind a couple of misses, to be completely honest, especially now with Defiance. But I guess these dice, they are quite reliable. There aren't that many side of misses. Okay, and now all I need to do is just switch my battle form to Magicka for 1 light fatigue, and I think because of Juggernaut I will add 1 more light fatigue to gain 2 tenacity, and just roll 4 enemy combat dice, targeting all of them. Let's go! And wow, 5 damage. How ridiculous is that? So that is already enough to defeat, well, the guy himself, the Khajiit Marauder, the High Elf Bandit, the Skelly Boy. Oops, I think I messed things up. This goes like that. Okay, and High Dark Elf Bandit just now has a last half chip left because it's divert. Oh, and this one is defeated, but it is a rally, which is super annoying. Instead of this guy, I'm gonna deploy another random level 1 enemy, which would be Breton Bandit instead. Okay, so with 4 health. Okay. And of course 5 damage goes to this Kaj Mortar as well. Wow. How ridiculously strong is that? I'm every time saying that, but you just look at that damage collectively done across all enemies. Wow, that is so good. And that is, well, the end of my turn. Now over to the enemies. That is quite annoying because there is a path now. Unfortunately, I need to pull Gate Bane. So 3 enemy combat dice. Let's go. Oh, and by the way, of course, I should have spent 2 tenacity on using that ability because of my Windwalker. So let's go. Okay, 2 damage. I can fully prevent that, even though I still get Bane quite annoyingly. Then we have Dark Elf Bandit, rolling 2 dice, which I'll likely prevent because I'm adjacent. Yep, 2 damage preventing. And Breton Bandit moves 1, 2, and cannot steal because I'm at full health, and it's pointless to roll even 1 die. Oh, and by the way, I believe I still have Barkskin Helmet. Yep, I should not forget about this one. Every time I get engaged, I can recover leftmost dice. So I'm recovering 1, 2, 3 dice for each of those engages. Okay, now it's the beginning of round 2. Before recovering any dice, I need to take 1 true damage because of the Bane, even though I can remove it, right? Because I do have Sacred Ground, remove all status die from 1 adventure cooldown track. Okay, but before I use that, let me place my Windwalker and Defiance, and maybe roll this one as well, all of it. Oh, by the way, of course, at the end of turn, at the end of round, I need to replace all of those enemies with the different ones because of this encounter madness that is going on there. Okay, so level 20 would be Flame Atronach, then level 1 Argonian Bandit, And another level 1 would be Wood Elf Bandit. Okay, so now I can roll these dice. Okay. My Defiance Mist, this is not good, but I think I will use this again, right? My Silver Circlet. Yep, I'm interrupting, spending 2 tenacity down to 1 to change my Windwalker to the number 2, and now I get this 4 tenacity all the way to 5. Okay, and probably keep it last. This is drained, and now, well, I guess, yeah, let me use my Sacred Ground, even though, wait, it needs to be in defensive form. Do I even want to use this at all? Actually, maybe not so much so. Let me just go with the Luminous Shards, especially since I'm in Magic Battle form. So I'm spending 2 tenacity and roll 4 combat dice again. Here we go. And we've got 1, 2, or 3, 4. Okay, 4 damage plus dealing 2 extra damage to Daedrus. So that is 6, and that is, yep, that is enough to defeat this enemy. And, well, all of them, right? 4 health, 1 health, yep, all enemies are defeated. How ridiculously strong is it? Okay, that is all level 1 and 5. These are level 20s, and yep, that is the end of this encounter. Still have Bane though, so should I remove it? Let's see, am I at full health? No, I missed one already. Yeah, well, you know what? Let me spend just 1 tenacity, and of course for that I need to change battle form, but I have not engaged. Hold on, I did engage, right? Oh wait, but I do have my Juggernaut in the cooldown track. That means I can gain 2 light fatigue to switch battle form, so 1 for free. I mean 1 as normal and plus 1. And another one to gain 2 more tenacity, and then spend just 1 of the tenacity on Sacred Ground to remove this Bane. Okay, not too bad, and the encounter is successful. Gain 2 experience, so we have now 30 on the tracker. These all dice are recovered. I have now 3 experience with 1 that I have saved, and I think this might be the time already to trade another Magicka. So I'm spending that 2 experience and still have 1, keep saving it to just trade the 4th and final Magicka like that, and that's about it. So this encounter is successful. Okay, let's just activate the province effect. We've got flooding weather. Okay. That is alright. Now it's beginning of day 10. Now as I think about it, is there anything else I need to train? I mean, we have then day 10, and I think I will likely get at least 2 experience for this final encounter. So it looks like I'm okay. I don't need to go another clash. I think I'm good, even though the next peaceful encounter I see there in the deck is called Peace and Quiet. And that encounter is not as peaceful and quiet as the title suggests. So, you know what, I think I'll just go to the final encounter already, even though it is just day 10. Let me read it one more time. We need to travel to Alten Corimont, which is just adjacent hex, and choose one of the following options. We can either give the staff or refuse giving the staff. Maybe I should go to my town before that, Stormhold, even though I'm actually alright with my cooldown track like that. With Windwalker, yeah, that is not too bad. So you know what, let's go for it. I'm going to this final encounter, and let's read it one more time. Travel to Alten Corimont, resolve one of the following options. So either refuse or give the stuff, and I believe they're referring to this item that I'm holding over here. Well, it says that I can look at the item, and I know that this is not something I would need, but it's still an item, something I could discard, and I believe I still have at least 1. Actually, no. Look, all of my item slots are occupied already. But at least this is something I could discard in session 3, potentially. So yeah, you know what, let's refuse hand over this stuff. It's a hard-earned item that I don't want to give to this Landra or whoever that is plotting there. So I refuse to hand over the stuff and proceed to quest step D37 on page 38. Page 38. Okay, and D37 is here with the encounter is over here. Well, and now I can flip the face down item you may be now used as normal. Okay, thank you very much. I got the free item and the quest objective. Initiate the following clash using the end of session difficulty EP. Deploy questing Dislandra to Hex A, set the round counter to party size. Battle objective is to conquer. Well, not too bad. Not too bad. Let's just set up the map with the entrance being over here, right? Seems correct. Items, which I don't really need anymore. So enraged Dislandra is on the flip side of the empowered Dislandra. Wow, 4 combat and aggressive. Yeah, she's really in rage rather. Okay, so 5 health over here, and I need to deploy enemies using end of session difficulty EP. For a single adventurer, session 2 or next project, that number is 33, I believe. So we are once again just a little bit below the curve on the XP dial. We have 30 with the end of session difficulty P is 33, but it's alright. Well, actually, if you count the die that I trained for free, I think that's actually exactly 33. So we're more or less on the power curve. And I believe this Landra needs to be on Hex A. Okay, so 33, that means level 21st, and that would be Goblin Butcher. Not the best enemy for my case. Quite aggressive, a lot of health. I would rather prefer something like, Breton Archmage, kind of all those low health wizardy type enemies. Okay, Goblin Butcher number 1, then another level 10 enemy, and we have Banekin. This is good because it's a Daedra enemy. Fantastic. And that is 4, 2 more over here, and 3 level 1 enemies. Let's see, Breton Bandit and Argonian Bandit and Wood Elf Bandit. Okay, well, 4 health to this gentleman, 3 to this Argonian one over here, and Wood Elf Bandit, the beefiest of all over here. Right. Oh, and I'm glad that I upgraded my Magicka to 4, because I have now pretty much the entire clash covered. Fantastic. Okay, and the objective is Conquer, yep. Right. I'm missing 1 health, but it's okay. I can recover it instantaneously, because I can deploy in defensive battle form. Now let's see if I need to rearrange any items, and I definitely do need to remove this shield. And by the way, let me place the Kyrus down here and place my, Skimp Crusher to the active slot, even though I will discard this probably on the very first turn anyway. And this Barbaric Shield is like that. Okay, and now we're good to start, I think. I can heal 1 HP, so I'm now at full 6 health. Fantastic, recovering 4 dice, 2 light fatigue, 2 of heavy armor. I still have this juicy discount in my cooldown track. So that means I can just move 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, let's go for it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's make an engage in heavy weapon battle form. And I'm gonna roll just a single combat die. And of course I'm overtaxing my Scam Crusher. So I'm gonna ignore all defense on all enemies. And as another item, I'm gonna place my probably Nord Mead. Keep it just in case if I need more tenacity, even though I have a feeling I'm not gonna need it this battle at all. Okay, so yep, I'm just rolling 1 die targeting this Landra. Let's go. And we'll get 1 damage, which is pretty nice. We now lowered her down to 4 health. And now, of course, this is exhausted. I'm now switching my battle form to Magicka for just 1 light fatigue. And roll 4 enemy combat dice. I'm targeting everyone, right? In range 4, yep, that is the entire clash. Well, let's go. Wow, that is 4 damage plus 2 to the Daedra enemy. Okay, so that means ignoring all defense, this Landra is down, then Banekin is down, and Goblin Butcher takes 4. Yep, that is still quite a lot of health there. Okay. But still not too bad, I would say. Argonian Bandit is defeated, and Breton Bandit is defeated. Wow, this is ridiculous. And Wood Elf Bandit has only 1 last health left. Oh my goodness, you look at that. It is hilarious. Okay, that was quite a turn. Of course, I spent 2 tenacity on that because of my Windwalker discount. And well, I mean, I still have 2 tenacity and 2 Windwalker discount. So you know what, let me spend 1 tenacity on Sun Shield, gains 3 bonus health. And since I'm still ignoring defense on all enemies until the end of turn, I think I'll just spend it right away on Solar Flare. So that was Sun Shield and now Solar Flare to deal 3 damage to the enemy. Wow, this is so good. And should I probably roll this one? Do I have slots? I mean, prevent at least 1 damage. Yeah, I think that might come in handy, so I'm taking another engage in defensive battle form, 2 more combat dice, and just roll a single die to mitigate some melee damage. Even the way it has maim. That means I would need to drain another die. Yeah, you know what? Let's avoid this thing. I'm not taking another engage. Completely forgot about its maim. Yeah, that is an annoying thing, but it's okay. That means it's now enemy's turn. Started with Goblin Butcher. Rolling 4 enemy combat dice. Let's go. Wow, that is 4 damage. It's okay. I can mitigate some with my Sun Shield and take only 1. And then this Wood of Bandit moves 1, 2. Rolling a single die. That is another 1 damage. Totally fine by me because it looks like I will just finish it off this turn. And so that is now beginning of round 2. And by the way, of course I should have gained maim, but I think that is irrelevant because I'm recovering these 4 dice. I still have Windwalker in my cooldown track, so all I really need to do is to get some tenacity. I guess let's roll this one, maybe both of them. No, I think with my Windwalker, even a single authority should be enough. So 3 engage, rolling single die. Wow, we've got 5 tenacity. Wow, how good is that? And then of course I'm spending 2 of them on my luminous shards, rolling 4 enemy combat dice. I no longer ignoring defense, but that is alright because it has 4 health left. I think that should be doable. I mean, that should do it, at least statistically. Wow, we've got 2 and 2 and 1, and even with the miss, that is still 5 damage. Yep, GG. This enemy is defeated, and that is the end of session 2 pretty much. Wow, you just look at that, how much struggle we had in session 1 and how breezy we are in session 2 once this build is now more or less complete pretty much, even though we still can get some more value from light armor potentially. Okay, let's see if we get anything. Of course we gain 2 experience, so we have now 32 on the tracker, and I have 1 experience still saved. I wonder if it's worth saving all of them and potentially training the cooldown all the way to 5. Not sure if it's worth doing that. I mean, it looks like I have quite a lot of cooldown recovery already, but on the other hand, that is just a good opportunity. So yeah, you know, let me save all of those 3 experience. I'm not gonna save, not gonna spend on anything. I think I'm good as is. Let's just see what keyword we got. Page 44, entry E38. Okay, so for Eye of the Queen, we've got Obtain Artifact. Yay, and that is the end of session 2. Let me clean it up and set up session 3, the final, the end game in Black Marsh, and we'll see you in a moment. Alright, we made it all the way to the end game of Black Marsh. We have endgame, Dead to Roots of day 1, and let me quickly read the instruction setup. Set the weather to flooding, set aside quest unit, immune the Slanderer, Zirik, a wandering Argonian and corrupted creature. This clash requires the use of a custom Delve deck. When creating a Delve deck, separate all the Black Marsh and General Delve cards that have Sky Shards from all the Black Marsh and General cards that do not. Then randomly add Party Side stamps 2 cards to that do not have Sky Shards in the deck of Sky Shards and shuffle it. Use this as your Delve deck for duration of this step. So I've already created all of this just to save some time on camera. This custom Delve deck is ready, and it basically mostly consists of just Sky Shards deck with the only exception of 2 cards, at least for my case, because I'm playing obviously with a single adventure, so we're adding Party Size times 2 cards that do not have Sky Shards, but the rest of the deck does have Sky Shards. Then we need to set up the clash using the end of session difficulty EP. My end of session difficulty EP is 37. This is why we have 20, 10, 511 or a total of 37. Then we deploy quest unit Boden to the center star hex and place caches equal to 6 minus party size. So this is why I have 5 caches to any lettered hexes of your choice. Boden is a companion controlled by the party. Party members may use hexes for deployment instead of the entrance tile. And the encounter rules are: initiate the following clash. At the start of each round, deploy enemies to any unoccupied letter hexes in alphabetical order so that the combined level value of enemies in play equals the initial EP using as few enemies as possible. So basically enemies will respawn, so to speak, as long as you defeat them, so it is possible to just leave them like that. That is honestly might be not the worst strategy, at least in my case. When an adventurer unlocks a cache, they gain the item and draw the top card from the Delph deck. If it has any sky shards, set it aside and gain a Bane status die. Otherwise, they discard it. When a cache is removed for any reason, place a new cache in the next lettered hex that does not currently have a cache, and hex F proceed to hex A. So these caches will respawn as well. And once 4 sky shards have been set aside, place the entrance tile adjacent to the party member who set it aside the last sky shard. Additional sky shards may still be set aside and will help in future quest steps. Delph cards with 2 sky shards still count as 2 sky shards. This encounter is successful at the end of any round in which all undefeated adventurers are occupying the entrance tile. Any quest unit companion that are not occupying the entrance tile at the end of the encounter are discarded. So basically we're just gonna probably circle around this whole map, making lockpick checks, trying to find at least 4 sky shards. That is the minimum number we need in order to find the entrance tile, which is in our case more like an exit tile, I guess. But I still may keep running around and making these lockpick checks and potentially hoarding on all of those sky shards, because we're gonna set them aside and they will help in future days. Okay, so with that all out of the way, let the encounter begin. Let me quickly check the items. I think we're good. Yep, I've got the Scum Crusher, even though probably won't using it this encounter. I have that feeling. So with 5 stamina, yeah, let me just roll all of those dice together, even though probably I'm not sure I even need this one, frankly. Maybe I don't need Juggernaut. I think I would rather use Defiance just in case any of them land on miss. Okay, so these are 5 dice. I'm rolling. Let's go. Oops, I think I rolled a bit too hard. It landed over there, but I think it's alright. And we've got no misses, surprisingly. And yeah, I think I'll place all of them this way. And now I have 9 movement thanks to this Unstoppable. That means I can move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can make 4 lockpick checks, one after another. Okay, so let's go. Making 1 step. And let me place it here. Roll 2, 3, 1, 3 attempts. Let's go. Oops. We've got still 1. Okay, so I'm gonna lock this in. 2 more attempts. 2 and 3. And we've got 2, and I think I will make a last attempt to reroll 3. I think there's still a better chance of doing that. 5, yeah, too late, but if that is still a bit better, I think. I wish I had a ledger domain for this encounter. Somehow I just didn't thought through, I guess. So I do gain the item, even though I don't need it really, so I can just safely discard it. And then I draw the top item from the Delph deck. If it has Sky Shard, I gain it, and I also gain a Bane status die. So we get 1 set aside so far, and we need 4 of these. So now this cache is discarded, and I believe as soon as it is discarded, I need to populate new ones. When a cache is removed for any reason, place a new cache in the next lettered hex. Okay, so the next lettered hex that does not currently have a cache is this one, letter A. Then it would be B. Okay. So I'm continuing moving. I moved only 1 so far, and just to calculate ahead, maybe I'm moving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so I'll end perfectly on this cache. Okay, so I'm just moving to the next lockpick check. We have 2, 1, 2. Not too good, just a single 2. Okay, 2 more attempts. 1, 2. Okay, this is actually not too bad. 2 light fatigue. Yeah, you know what? I think I'll take it. I'm turning this into 1 and 2 respectively. 2 light fatigue. I gain the item. Yeah, probably don't need it. I'm discarding it and drawing the next Delph deck when it does have a Sky Shard. Fantastic. As I said, most of the cards that I do have this is in this deck, except for only 2 cards really. So these go to the right, because I do gain Bane again. Now I have only 3 slots left, right? Let me measure it. Yep, that's 3 slots left. I don't think I'll be able to make a full lockpick checks, to be honest. And by the way, this is discarded, but the next one is deployed again, so just next just will be straight under my character again, but that's okay. I can just move over here to the next cache. 3, 4, 4. Let's go. Just a single 4. Okay, 2 more attempts, 3 and 4. We'll get 3. That's okay. Last attempt. And we'll get another 3, which I think, yep, I'm definitely taking it for another light fatigue. And let's see if there is anything good. Fish stick, probably not. But I do gain another, draw another Sky Shard card, and it does not have it. Wow, it's only 1 out of 2 cards that don't have Sky Shard. So that means I'm simply removing this card. Okay, and I still have 2 slots left. By the way, this one is discarded. And what is the next numbered lettered hex? Got A, B, C, D, E. Okay, this is going to be E over here. Right, so should I move? Probably yes. I mean, I have only 2 slots left. A bit risky, so I think I will just move probably just 1, 2, and I don't think I want to trigger that lockpick check yet. It's a too high chance for failure. Even though, wait, what happens if you fail? Do you get any penalty or something? And I believe not. Only if you successfully lockpicking. Otherwise you just remove it and that's it. Well, there are so many caches, so I guess it's worth trying anyway. 2, 3, 2. That is not the worst code, probably. So let's give it a try. 2, 3, 2. Okay, we've got 2, and I can secure another one. I think like that. That would be 1. 4. Yep, 1 light fatigue to 2, and just 2 more attempts to roll 3. Come on. 6, definitely not. Come on, the last one. And we've got another 2, which, yep, I'm definitely taking for another light fatigue. She's now perfectly full cooldown track. Okay, at least we managed to find a couple. Item, no, I don't need it. I'm discarding and drawing the next Delph card, which has 2 Sky Shards. Nice, and I believe as soon as we collected 4, once 4 Sky Shards have been set aside, place the entrance tile adjacent. Okay, yep, so let me place this one like that. That's gonna be the entrance or the exit tile. Okay, and that is the end of my turn. And by the way, this one is discarded since it's placed over here. So now over to my companion. I will try to move it closer towards this exit tile. Move 1, 2, and well, engage. Yeah, I guess why not? With 2 enemy combat dice targeting Dark Elf Marauder, even though wait. Now, you know what, I'm fine actually. I don't think I need engaging at all, because they will respawn anyway. So yep, let's just skip this part and let's go for the enemies. We have Leech targeting actually just a strongest enemy, which would be me. So 2 dice, which I'm hopefully should be able to prevent. Oh wow, 3 damage. That's a bit more than I can prevent, so I'm taking 1 damage. Now over to Dark Elf Marauder. It's engaging both of us. Let's go. And that is 2 damage, which both of us, we prevent that damage. When, by the way, every time I get engaged, I can use my Barkskin helmet, so I'm recovering these dice. Nice. Next over to... Oh, by the way, I think, yeah, of course, the Imperial Enforcer should have acted before that. So 1, 2, and it has now range to both of us. So another ranged engage. Come on. 2 more damage. We're both preventing. I'm still recovering 1 extra die. Mudcrab moves just 1, and well, with a single die, I cannot even do anything to Bodian. And we got Bod Alvendian just moving 1, 2. I think that's about it. Or rather 1, 2. Let me place it there. Okay, now it's the beginning of round 2. I'm taking 1 true damage, but then I'm instantly healing back because I'm still in defensive battle form. Nice. So recovering 2 light fatigue, defiance and heavy armor. I do need to place this dice in my cooldown track again, but yeah, space in the cooldown track is definitely a bit of an issue, so I don't think I need any melee damage prevention, just range, even though no, that's still needed, and probably 1 authority as well, just to have tenacity, because why not? So these are the 4 dice I'm rolling. Let's go. Oh no, I've got a miss on my ranged damage mitigation. Okay, well, wait. I still have my silver circles for the rescue, yes. So that means I'm gaining 4 tenacity, then I'm interrupting and spending 2 tenacity on changing this to this side of my choice, which of course would be number 2. Okay, nice, I'm saved. Phew. So now I have 9 movements again. That means I can move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And on the next turn, hold on, wait. Probably don't have even that much space for that many lockpick checks. Okay, then let's move just 1, 2, 3 for the first lockpick check. Oof, 2, 1, 1. That's a hard fold. Okay, 3 attempts. Let's go. Look at that. 1, 1, and 3. Yeah, but I'm definitely taking this for just 1 light fatigue. Thank you very much. Anything good? I can enchant a tiling play. But no, I don't think I need it, even though that could be really cool for the next encounter, but probably not. Let's draw the Delve card, and we have another one. This is good. So maybe just 1 more should do it. And of course this gets back here. Oh, by the way, I think, yeah, I can just retreat back, so to speak, and move 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's cool, because I think that should do it, right? Assuming I get another one, that hopefully should do it. So another lockpick check. 3, 4, 2. Let's go. I got 3 and 2, and I can get another one. Oh, by the way, of course, this main should have been refreshed. And now, yeah, you know what? I think I'll take it for 2 light fatigue. Get the last one, hopefully, in a good item. But no, I'm not really engaging in this battle form, even though this weapon is absolutely amazing. But let's draw the card. Oh no, we don't have a Sky Shard here. Okay, that is a bit of a bummer. So this is discarded, and that is placed over here. But look at my cooldown track. Oh, and by the way, I believe I started my turn adjacent to this companion, right? That means I'm taking 1 tenacity because of its motivate. Okay, so it's over to my companion, and I believe it's at the end of round, right? The encounter is successful at the end of round. Okay, so I'm gonna move my companion, just 1, 2, because I do want to save it ideally. Now over to the enemies. Leech engaging me with 2 dice. Let's go. Wow, that is 3 damage. I can prevent... Hold on, I can actually prevent all 3. Fantastic. And of course, I do recover 1 die. Then Dark Elf Marauder, engaging both of us. Let's go. 2 damage will prevent all of that. Now, once again, I completely missed this level 10 enemy, which of course should have engaged first. Doesn't really matter, I guess. Still the same 2 damage. I'm preventing all of this. Recover 1 die. Now on to Mud Crab. It moves, and I think I have my Dark Elf Kyros, right? Yeah. So I'm gonna add 1 enemy combat die to its engage and then gain that much tenacity. Hopefully I can prevent 2 damage still, right? So that hopefully shouldn't be enough. Oh man, that's still only 1 tenacity, but hey, not too bad. And we have Wood Elf Bandit. 1, 2. Same thing, I use my Dark Elf Kyros. Oh, and by the way, from Mud Crab I should have recovered this light fatigue, but now from Wood Elf Bandit, same thing, I'm adding 1 extra enemy combat die, hopefully gets even more tenacity. 2 damage, yep, I'm preventing all of that, but gain tenacity and recover light fatigue. Okay, cleaned it a little bit, so that is, you know, a couple of room for a few dice. Now it's the beginning of round 3. I'm taking damage from Bane, and then of course I'm healing it back because I'm starting my turn in defensive battle form. And now let's see. Ideally I would like to grab at least 1 more. Oh, and by the way, I should recover of course these dice. Okay, so Yeah, you know what? I think I'm good. Let's roll all of those actually, because I think they might come in handy for the next encounter. Let's see. If I place all of them, I'll still have 4 spaces. Yeah, that should be enough, at least for 1 lockpick for sure. So that is what I'm rolling. Let's go. Okay, we've got Miss on Juggernaut, which is bad really. So I'm definitely gonna place it first to recover it quicker. Okay, but at least we got nice juicy values on the rest. Okay, I'm gonna keep it probably this way. And now I have 10 movements, including moving units as well. Okay, this is good. So let me displace this mud crab. Move, move, move. Make a lockpick check on 5, 4, 6. Let's go. Oof, not even close. I mean, we got 3. Yeah, you know what? Let's secure the 3 for. Even though no, let's re-roll it. 2 more attempts. Okay, yep, this is definitely better. Get 5 and 6, so last attempt to roll 4. Get 5, okay, 1 light fatigue. I'm taking it, definitely. And ooh, shoulder mounted parasol. Oh my goodness, yes. This is the item I'm definitely taking, even though I'm not sure where to put this. Okay, for now, let me just place this in my pack. I'll figure out later. Let me discard this one and draw the next Delve card, and it has Sky Shard. Fantastic. So I do have now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know what? I think that should do it, okay? So this is discarded, even though maybe I should get another one on the way. Yeah, let's go for it. So I'm moving back 1, 2, 3. Remember, I had 10 movements, so I could walk a lot. 3, 1, 6. Come on, I have only 3 spaces. Ooh, we've got 6, and we've got 2. So, yep, let me grab this one for 1 light fatigue, turn it into 3. And we've got 2 more attempts to roll 1. Let's go. 5, definitely not. Last attempt. Perfectly fine. 1. Fantastic. Anything good? No, not really. Discarding. And then let's draw the last Delve card. Oh, it has 2 Sky Shards. Fantastic. Okay, and I definitely can now move just to finish off my turn over here on the entrance tile. And now all we need to do is just survive until the end of round. Yep. Okay, so let's clear off this Bane thanks to my Barkskin helmet. Starting with Leech, engaging me with 2 dice. Of course, I'm preventing 3 damage this time. Wow, 2 blanks. Would have prevented probably anyway. Okay, and replace those here. Then level 10 enemy. I finally remember about you. Rolling 2 dice. Actually to both of us. So that is 1 damage. We prevent. I'm recovering Bane. Thank you very much. And Dark Elf Marauder engages both of us as well. 2 damage, we prevent. I'm recovering another light fatigue. Then Wood Elf Bandit, its priority, well, it targets both of us, so it doesn't really matter. With a single die, and that is 1, of course. We prevent that, and I recover another light fatigue. And Mud Crab, its priority is a lowest health, so it moves towards Boden. Again, single die, no damage because of its 2 defense. Fantastic, and that is the end of this encounter. Nice. So, let's see, and the end of counter, yep, we gain 2 experience, so with 3 I have saved. It means I can now train cooldown all the way to 5. Nice. This is recovered, and I guess also before going to the next day, let's activate the Province effect. I'll probably discard something like that. Activate Adventure Rest Step, because I believe I have not at full HP, even though I am now at 6, and I can remove another die from my cooldown track, like that. Okay, and that is pretty much the end. We didn't do a single bit of damage this whole encounter. How hilarious is that? But it's only purely because of my defensive dice, of course, otherwise I wouldn't be able to survive this at all. Okay, so this is all resolved. Now let's just clean it up quickly. All of those caches. Bodian will stay with me for the next encounter because we managed to keep this alive. And now let's go to the day 2. Ta-da! Oh, by the way, I completely forgot about keywords. I believe we have eliminate agent and obtain artifact, but yeah, luckily nothing here. Okay, so we're good. Nothing missing in really. Day 2. Encounter rules. Discard bite-sized sky shards. And by the way, let me check keywords before I do. We do have obtain artifact. When discarding additional sky shards, each adventurer might gain 2 bonus HP in addition to individual options they choose. Fantastic. Okay, so let's read. Discard bite-sized sky shards. So let me just do this straight away. Discarding a single sky shard. You may then choose to discard any additional sky shards. For each additional sky shard discarded, each adventurer may either gain 2 bonus experience. Oh, by the way, speaking of experience, I have now no experience saved. I spent all of it. So for each additional sky shard discarded, each adventurer may either gain 2 bonus experience, remove 1 additional die from the cooldown track, and heal for 1 additional HP during today's adventure rest step, or refresh 1 expanded potion. Discarded sky shards are shuffled back into the Delve deck. If at least 1 additional sky shard was discarded, you may set the weather to rainy. If at least 2 additional sky shards were discarded, you may set the weather to sunny. Delve cards with 2 sky shards still count as 2 sky shards, but their sky shards must be discarded together. Any sky shards not discarded during this step are not shuffled back into the Delve deck and are instead set aside, making the next quest step easier. So yeah, I do have a plenty. Let me discard at least 2 additional sky shards. This still counts as 2, which means we're gonna have the sunny weather, which obviously affects the native skill. And for each sky shard discarded, I can gain 2 bonus experience. So that is quite nice. Let's see, I still haven't tried anything from my light armor, and that is almost the only thing I could do. I mean, I could also train 6 cooldown. No, okay, so let's go. Let's grab some. So let me remove the map to get access to the light armor dice. Okay, so on level 1, I'm definitely gonna take spell warding because I don't think we need anything else. That is 1 experience, and for another one, I'm actually thinking of training just another spell warding just to train, mitigate more damage. As ridiculous as it sounds, but that's just more armor. And you know what, why not? That is 2 experience, then 2 more bonus experience, because it's for each sky shard, right? Yeah, I have 2 more experience, and I'll go for probably enchant weapon. Yep, I quite like it. So I just spent 4 experience by discarding this sky shard, and well, I still have quite some left to discard, and I will gain 1 bonus experience. So you know what, I think I'll go for at least 1 more just to train another authority, and that should do it. So discarding the last one, still having 4, even though wait, I still could do something else, right? I can heal, remove dice. No, but I think that's okay. So I'm discarding that one just to train another authority, and that's about it. I don't need any more experience really, apart from upgrading cooldown to 6, but that would be a bit overkill probably. Anyway, this is now all resolved. Fantastic, that was a nice juicy reward, very generous, 100%. So this is, let me place aside, and now let's go to the day 3. Let me move it on the dial as well. Okay, day 3. Oh, and by the way, when discarding additional sky shards, each adventurer may gain 2 bonus HP in addition to the individual options they choose. And I discarded 3 additional, so I'm gaining 6 bonus health. Wow, that is so good for my Templar. Wow. Okay, not too shabby. And now let's go to the day 3. Right, now we need to take all general Black Marsh cards, and also except for any set aside, and shuffle. So basically we need to form a new Delve deck. Everything we discarded, everything that was not used in day 1, plus everything that was used in day 1 in the deck, but we still had 3 scar shards left that I could potentially gain. Okay, now let me shuffle this deck. I'm hopefully shuffling it properly to form this new Delve deck. Hopefully there will be some sky shards. Okay, placing it like that. Now set up the following Delve using the end of session difficulty P, placing the 17 hex tile adjacent to the entrance tile as shown. So we're not gonna use this clash tile, and let's go for this big boy, bad boy instead. So we need this home hex pointing up with the entrance tile like that at the bottom. Maybe Gonna explore probably on the right. So let me place it this way. So I have more room exploring to the right. Now we're gonna deploy quest unit Imbued Slanderer to hex A with additional HP equal to party size. So that means 1 additional HP, so she has 6, and of course she has Stalwart enemy skill, so she cannot lose more than 1 HP in a single turn. I'm gonna place her to hex A over here straight to the middle. Then let's set aside enemies, so our enemy pool is 37. So for level 20, we have a Storm Adronak, with a Shatter and native. 7 health, okay, it goes to hex number 1. Then for level 10 enemy, let's see who is that. That is Wood Elf Deadeye, 5 health, to the spot number 2 next to the Slanderer. Hold on, wait, it's gonna be level 10, sorry about that. So we have the same Imperial Enforcer again. Of course it's not level 20 because our enemy pool is just 37. So 6 health Imperial Enforcer. Rally, I don't like it so much. Then level 5, and that's gonna be Voriplasm again. So the local habitat from Black Marsh, quite the magic. The spot number 3, and then 2 level 1 enemies. Let's see. We've got Orc Bandit and Khajiit Bandit. Alright. So 3 health, 4 health. I think Orc was first, so it goes to the spot number 4, and Khajiit to the spot number 5. Right. So deploy quest unit Slanderer, additional HP done. When deploying initial enemies, use only 1 level 20 enemy before using level 10 enemies. Okay, for our case it is irrelevant. Encounter rules: initiate the following delve. During this delve, all when revealed environmental and sky shard effects are ignored. In addition to deploys enemies from the EP as normal, deploy the following quest units at the start of the designated rounds. Round 2, Zirik. Round 4, Wandering Argonian. Round 6, Corrupted Creature. And speaking of the round counter, let me reset this back to 1. Now, Imbued Slanderer takes her turn before Adventurers. She may move up to 4 hexes and may move through occupied hexes. Imbued Slanderer always moves towards the closest explorable hex that would trigger an exploration. When Imbued Slanderer moves into an explorable hex, she triggers exploration. When she does so, you may place the new delve tile with the orientation of your choosing, but you must always make sure that at least 1 explorable hex remains in the delve if possible. If Imbued Slanderer draws a delve card with a sky shard, she gains it, and she does not need to move onto the tile in order to do that. When Imbued Slanderer gains a sky shard after deploying enemies to the new tile as usual, immediately end her movement and place her in the hex A or in the closest unoccupied hex if it is occupied. Then place a stack of 6 minus party size HP chips in an unoccupied hex on both newly revealed tile if one is revealed, and in unoccupied star hexes. These are mystic roots, and enemies treat mystic roots as opposing units, and adventurers do not consider them as units but treat their hexes as impassable. Mystic roots cannot gain status effect dice. When a mystic root is defeated, all units except Imbued Slanderer and the remaining mystic roots are dealt 1 true damage, and each adventurer must decrease the cooldown stat by 1 or untrain a magic stat token. If neither can be done, they are dealt 1 additional true damage, and when an adventurer gains a sky shard, they place it with a sky shard set aside in day 2. An adventurer may discard a set aside sky shard to ignore the damage and stat reduction caused by mystic root being defeated. Okay, and at the start of fatigue rounds, each adventurer is dealt 1 true damage but does not gain sky shard, nor are they dealt true damage from over fatigue. Okay, and let's see about the keywords. We have Eliminate Agent, which means Zirik does not deploy. Fantastic, I don't like this guy so much. And we have Obtain Artifact. When a mystic root is defeated, adventurers may untrain health or stamina instead of magicka or cooldown. Okay, I'm not sure if it is somewhat relevant because I do have at least 3 shields, so to speak, for protection. When I force the battle, objective is Conqueror, which means to defeat all enemies. Okay, not too bad I think. I believe I'm at full health, right? Yep, 6 health. I guess let me deploy probably here, and then my companion next to me, just to motivate me, so to speak. I think somewhere like that. So it's beginning of round 1. The Slanderer as always takes her turn before adventurers, so she already rushed to explore, and I guess we have equal distance to these two hexes. Let's go to the right. She can move up to 4 and she moves through units. So she just trigger exploration. If there is Sky Shard, she gains it, and there is no Sky Shard. We ignore all when revealed and those traps and other things. So let me just place this tile somewhere like that. And we need to deploy 2 enemies, 5 and 1. Okay, so more enemies. Yeah, this is bad. Let's go for Crocodile. Wow, 4 combat dice. 6 health goes here. And another level 1 enemy. We have, of course, we have Mud Crab. Come on. It goes here. Then, does she teleport or does she so only after gaining Sky Shard? Okay, if Imbued the Slanderer draws a Delve card with the Sky Shard, she gains it. When she gains the Sky Shard after deploying enemies to the tile, she ends her movement and places it in the back. Okay, but only after she gains Sky Shard. She did not. So that means just staying where she is, and she engages, I guess, my companion. Because Bodian is the weakest enemy and her priority is only a single weakest unit. So with 2 dice, let's go. That is 2 damage that he thankfully prevents. Fantastic. Now it's finally my adventure turn and I can recover 5 dice. Wow, that is a lot. All of my dice are now recovered. Fantastic. Even though I'll probably roll them straight away. Right, so I am in defensive battle form, and I guess, yeah, as a first engage, let's just roll all of them, even though that can be a bit risky since I'm at full 5 tenacity, but that's alright. Okay, let's go. Oh no, we get a miss on the most crucial die, frankly. Okay, so let me resolve it first. I mean, place it in my cooldown track just so I could recover it quicker. And we have damage mitigation with not the best results either. Okay. Now as my second engage, let me switch. Actually wait, before rolling in Magicka, yeah, I do need to have another engage in heavy weapon to overtax my Scam Crusher. So that is what I'm going to do. I'm switching battle form to heavy weapon, and rather actually before that, let me move first. 1, 2, 3. Let's see, do I have range 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, I'm in range with these guys. Okay, fantastic. That means, yep, I moved. Now I'm switching my battle form. So adding another 2 light fatigue, and I'm declaring this Imperial Enforcer as my target. Though I guess it is actually quite irrelevant, because all I really need is to probably roll these 2, and that's about it. Yep, I think I'm good. I'm of course overtaxing my Scam Crusher, even though wait, since this is the final battle anyway, means I cannot use my ability, even though no, I'm still using my racial ability, just so I could bring back another item from my pack, which would either be shoulder-mounted parasol or Nord's Meat. Yeah, I think parasol is the way to go, so that is what I do, switching items, overtaxing my Scam Crusher, and rolling just these 2 dice as part of this engage. So let's go. Okay, not too bad. Let's spend 2 tenacity to, of course, change this to the number 2. I think it is still worth doing, so that is how I'm doing that. And now, finally, I'm now switch my battle form to magic, which would cost me 2 light fatigue. But instead of gaining that, I instead just interrupt and spend 1 tenacity to remove 1 light fatigue from my cooldown track instead. How nice is that? And in magic battle form, I now roll all of these 3 and probably alongside 1 authority. Yep, that is what I'm doing for my 3rd engage. Let's go. Oops, they stuck a little bit. I got a miss on this one, but I can reroll thanks to my Defiance and gain, of course, tenacity in the process. So let me reroll it. Oh, nice juicy values. We got 4 and 3 and 2. And we've got over excess of tenacity. Okay, that means I have now able to prevent even more damage. Honestly, a bit of ridiculous amount, but that is still quite cool, and even more rerolling if I need it with enchant weapon. Okay, and so finally I'm spending 2 tenacity on luminous shards, rolling 4 enemy combat dice, dealing damage to, well, everyone, right? I have range 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, I'm so glad I upgraded my Magicka to just literally everyone. Let's go. Okay, we got 1 blank, but 1, 2, so that is still 4 damage and 2 more to Daedrus. Wow, ignoring all defense. So that means Imbue Dislandra, of course she takes only 1 because she is stalwart. Then Storm Atronach takes 6 damage. How good is that? 4 plus 2 because of Daedra, yep. Then Imperial Enforcer takes 4. Then Vorplasm is defeated entirely. And Orc Bandit is defeated. And Mudcrab takes 1. And Crocodile takes 4. Oh, and Khajiit Bandit is defeated as well. Wow, you just look at that. Wow, so much damage from a single class ability. It is ridiculous, honestly, especially with ignorant events. Obviously I wouldn't be able to deal that much damage without this effect. Yep, so I'm placing it back, even though that is somewhat irrelevant already. Okay, that was quite a turn. Oh, hold on, wait. I still have a bunch of tenacity and I still have 6 bonus health. Yeah, you know what? Let me spend 1 of this bonus health, 1 tenacity, to deal 6 damage to Storm Atronach. Pew! Enemy is defeated, and of course because all of that are class abilities, it is not considered an engage, so I'm not triggering its shatter ability. Nice. So I guess that's a wrap for my turn. Even though could gain even more tenacity, but no, I think I'm fine. Even though, wait, yeah, you know what, let me spend another 1 tenacity on using my solar shield, or rather sun shield, so with 3 more bonus health, I have now 9 bonus health. How crazy is that? Now over to my companion. Let it move towards Dislandra. 1, 2 combat dice. I don't think I could deal any damage to her, but who knows. Let's give it a try. Yep, 2 damage, she prevents it. Yikes, that is not good. And now over to the enemies. We've got Imperial Enforcer. It targets actually both of us with 2 enemy combat dice. Let's go. Wow, that is only 1 damage. We both prevent. I'm recovering these die thanks to my barkskin helmet. Now Crocodile moves 1, 2, and the Mudcrab moves 1, 2. And that's about it. Now it's the beginning of round 2. Dislandra moving first. And she moves towards the closest explorable hex. So she moves 1, 2, making this exploration. And there is a Sky Shard, which she gains. And I believe we need to deploy Mystic Roots only whenever she gains a Sky Shard, right? Yeah, when Imbue Dislandra gains a Sky Shard after deploying enemies on a new tile as usual, immediately end her movement and place her on Hex A, then place, okay, so this all happens only when she gains a Sky Shard, which she just did. So we add in another tile, something like that, rather maybe this way, okay? And we're gonna deploy another level 1 enemy, which would be Argonian Bandit. Okay, it moves here, and now Dislandra teleports back to the Hex A, which is now occupied, but she's standing, I guess, to the closest hex as possible to this. Alright, and now she engages, well, still my companion, thankfully, otherwise I would have gained those 2 enfeeble, 2 light fatigue, so I'm really glad I have this companion. Well, let's go. 2 damage, full prevented, fantastic. Now it is my turn. I'm recovering 5 dice, 1 light fatigue, and all of these heavy armor. Okay, now do I need to move a lot? So I probably don't even need this unstoppable. That means I can only roll these 4 alongside 1 authority. I think that should do it. Okay, so let's go. Oh, of course, I should have changed my battle form to defense to roll these dice. And yeah, this is a massive stack of health. Okay, so that's what I'm rolling. Oh wow, this is an absolutely horrible result. Of course, I do have my silver circlet, but not sure if I want to adjust this one or tenacity. Yeah, I think I'll go for tenacity because of my Windwalker discount. It costs only 1 tenacity to do that, to change this to 5, so that is good. Another authority drained, but I'm now at full 5 tenacity, and let me place all of those. Hold on, I still have my Defiance. That means I still have a chance to re-roll this one. Let's give it a try. And yep, well, we've got it. Fantastic. Oh, first still have my enchanted weapon, so yep, that's plenty of opportunity to reroll more dice. Let me place them like that, and well, I guess let's just go for the usual thing, spending 2 tenacity on luminous shards. Of course, before that, apologize, I should have changed my battle form to magic for 1 light fatigue, and now I roll 4 enemy combat dice. Let's go. Okay, 4 damage. Unfortunately, we have a divert and stalwarts, and yeah, only crocodile is defeated with 2 health. This Landra takes only 1 damage because stalwart. This is divert. Imperial enforcer lose only 1, and the same is for mud crab. Okay, but still quite decent damage. Now, should I finish off this Imperial enforcer? Man, you know what? I'm actually alright. I didn't want to spend tenacity on that just yet. That means it's now over to my companion, and I think I will move my companion over here just so I could have more free tenacity at the start of my turn, and I'll just, let it try and defeat this Landra. 2 damage, that's obviously very unlikely to go through this 2 defense, but hey, let's give it a try. At least 1 turn, that would be nice. Oh, and look at that! We've got 3 damage, so she does lose 1 health. Fantastic. It saved us the whole round, so that was worth it in the end. Okay, over to the enemies, starting with level 10. It will engage both of us. Should I go for a little bit more tenacity as I think about it? Yeah, you know what, let's give 1 more combat die, so I'm making this engage stronger, but I will gain that much tenacity, so let's go. That's 3. Unfortunately, my fellow companion takes 1, but that is alright, but at least I can prevent 2 range damage plus 1 from spell warding, and of course I gain all of the back to 5 tenacity. Okay, now mud crab moves just to 1, and I guess that's all he can do. Rolling 1 die is pointless against 2 defense, and this Argonian bending just moves 1, 2, and 1 to 3. Okay, it is in range, but I mean 1 damage cannot do anything against 2 defense, so yeah, we can just skip this part. Now it's beginning of round 3. Oh, hold on, I am apologize for that, because I completely forgot about Mystic Roots. That bandit should have not moved, because we indeed deploy those Mystic Roots once this Landra is teleported back. So that's gonna be 2 stacks of 5 health each. We're placing 1 on the newly revealed tile, so that should be somewhere here, and another health of stack of 5 health to any unoccupied hex, star hex specifically on this entrance, on this main tile. And I think I will place this like that. Okay, nothing else is changing apart from the fact that this Argonian bandit takes and engages this thing, so with a single die, 1 damage, it's okay. It's not a big deal. So now it's beginning of round 3, this Landra's turn. She tried to explore, and the next explorable hex is this one on top. So she moves through units 1, 2, 3 and trigger exploration. And she does indeed get another sky shard, which means more mystic roots will be populated there. Oof, that is a big of an issue to place this tile up there. You know what, let me move things slightly. I don't think we're gonna need entrance tile at least for another round. Of course, we should have deployed the Zurich in round 2, but because of our keyword, we ignoring that part and we only deploy the next unit on the next round. So let me move things super gently. Like that, and like that. Okay, so now we have just a tiny bit more space for this Landra to explore, and yeah, we have another 5 and 1 enemies. Oof, that is a Breton Marauder. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna place it. Oof, I'm gonna place it like that, which you probably cannot see, but that is yeah, that is a bit of a problem. So let me place maybe even further down. I'm gonna place the mat this way. Okay, moving super gently, moving. Let's remove all of those delve tiles and delve cards. Yeah, okay, more or less that's a bit better now. We can move this tile like that, and yeah, that doesn't make a big difference, honestly. Wow, such a pain. Okay, I'm gonna place this enemy over here instead of the next hex. With your permission, hopefully that shouldn't change much. And then we have another level 1 enemy, which would be this wolf. 4 health, also placing it like that. And because it was another Sky Shard, it means this Landra teleported back somewhere here, let's say. Then she engages as normal. The weakest enemy is still my companion, so she rolls 2 dice against it. Wow, you look at that damage, 4 damage. That is a revenge. Wow, she just one-shotted my companion. How bad is that? Wow. That is so unlucky, so unlucky indeed. And now after her engage, we're gonna deploy more mystic roots. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's place it here on a new revealed tile and on the main tile. 1, 2, 3, one more. Okay, let's place it somewhere here. Right, now over to me. First things first, I'm gonna recover 5 dice, which would be all of these. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Now ideally I would love to deal some damage to this wolf as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I do have range. Okay, that's not too bad then. But maybe before using my big splash damage, let me try to defeat this Imperial Enforcer. Or maybe let's actually use the first big splash damage and then deal a big single target damage with all of those dice. Yeah, okay, that should do it. So first things first, making first free engage. Rolling these 5 probably. Yeah, yep, that should do it. So these are the 5 dice I'm rolling in defensive battle form. Let's go. Okay, nice. No misses, that is a good thing already. Even though with Defiance and with Enchant Weapon, I'm pretty much now have a full bad luck protection. But of course I still use my Silver Circlet for 2 tenacity down to 3 to change these to 2. Okay, so let me place all of those things like that. That was my first free engage, and then I think I need to move, do I? I mean, I don't quite like this ranger just standing there dealing some damage to my mystic root, even though no, I think that's still fine. I'm actually perfectly fine standing exactly like that to deal damage to those guys as well. That means I'm changing battle form to magic for 1 light fatigue and then spending 2 tenacity down to 1. Roll 4 enemy combat dice, once again dealing damage to everyone in range 4. And wow, 4 damage. That means this Landra takes 1. This divert fellow is defeated, though we need to deploy a new level 5 enemy there. And we've got, oh, this guy with Bane and Disrupt. I don't like it so much. Okay, 6 goes over here. This one is defeated. Now Mudcrab is defeated as well. And well, Wolf as well, right? 4 damage. Yep, Wolf is down. And this Battle Marauder takes 3 damage because of 1 defense. And that's it. Okay, still not too shabby. This is all resolved. Okay. Oh, and I believe this divert enemy should have been returned back to the bag instead of the defeated stack. So just in case, there's still a chance it might pop up again. But now I really don't like this enemy, so you know what, let me just spend 1 tenacity on my Solar Flare to deal 9 damage. Wow, that is a ridiculous amount of bonus health. Pew, to one-shot this guy. How ridiculous is that? And well, I think I'm good, ending my turn like that. Now over to the enemies. We've got this Battle Marauder dealing 2 damage, I mean rolling 2 dice to this Mystic Root. And yep, 2 damage, 1, 2 so far, not a single one have been defeated, and I have 3 protection from all those stat reductions, so I'm good. Argonian Bandit, rolling 1 die against this one, another damage over here. Okay, and now it's beginning of combat round 4, and at this moment we have to deploy, we need to deploy, I believe, Wandering Argonian. Yeah, that is quite a strong fellow. Okay, probably something I would need to one-shot. Goes to the entrance tile. And now this Landra, she always acts before adventure, so she tried to explore. And I guess the next explorable hex should be... well, that's a bit of a problem, because the next explorable hex is over there, and there is just absolutely no way I can do that. You know what, let me cheat just slightly and rotate this tile like that. So let's just pretend that I placed this tile this way, just so this would still remain explorable. Even though, wait, it's still explorable, what I'm talking about. It still has 2 sides not connected to the home, and yep, we can explore. Okay, it's good. So this Slanderer is moving over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, and she indeed triggers exploration. Okay, and Darkened Hole. Okay, and we're ignoring this when revealed effects, which means we do deploy another level 1 enemy. But she did not get Sky Shard. That means she's not placed back on the entrance tile. Okay, so let's still grab this tile. Let's place all of this aside and have it, something like that. She could still explore from there, I guess. And we need to deploy in Darkened Hole a single level 5 enemies. Well, remember, our objective is to defeat everyone, and she keeps popping up with more and more enemies. So let's go get Wisp Mother for health on these tile. Okay, because it's not a Sky Shard, she does not teleport back, and we do not deploy more Mystic Roots. But she still engages now, and now the weakest enemy is this poor Mystic Root. So she does engage this thing, rolling 2 dice, and wow, one shot in this Mystic Root. It is defeated, and at that very moment, let's see, when a Mystic Root is defeated, all units excepting the Slanderer and the remaining Mystic Roots are dealt 1 true damage, and each adventurer must decrease their cooldowns stat by 1 or untrain a magic stat token. An adventurer may discard a set-aside Sky Shard to ignore the damage and the stat reduction caused by Mystic Root defeated. Okay, great. So I can just discard this one to ignore all of those effects for me, even though, hold on, discarding, let's place this there, even though all other enemies, they are taking 1 true damage. Right, let me super triple check. It says, all units except the Slanderer. Okay, fantastic. And I mean, could have probably explored myself as well to gain more of those things, but I think I'm good. I didn't want to deploy more enemies. So yep, they all taking 1 true damage. 1, 1, 1, and 1. Okay, so now over to me. I'm recovering 5 dice. 1, 2, and this 3. Okay, now I don't have any tenacity. That is not good because no one engaged me. I do have a range 4. Oh, to this one. Yep. Okay, yep. I think we're good. Most importantly, of course, I have range to this Slanderer. 1, 2, 3, 4. So let me just roll this alongside another authority. Of course, Defiance maybe as well, just in case there are misses. That's 3 tenacity. Yeah, you know what, why not? So let me roll these 5 dice. Let's go. Of course, I need to do this in defensive battle form. Apologize for that. Now we can go. Oh no, we've got a miss on this die itself. How bad is that? Wait, I do have enchant weapon. That means I can indeed reroll it. So let me reduce this die by 1 to make another attempt on rolling this Defiance. Let's go. Yes, we've got it. Phew. Still get only 2 tenacity from this result. Of course, it's drained, which is pretty horrible, I must say. And the rest, I think I'm gonna place it like that. So now let me switch my battle form to magic for 1 and plus additional extra light fatigue to gain 2 tenacity from Juggernaut. And now the usual thing, I'm gonna spend 2 tenacity on rolling 4 enemy combat dice to hopefully finish off this Breton Marauder and deal some damage to Slanderer. Let's go. Okay, still 4 damage. Wow, that is a lot of damage. And that means Breton Marauder is defeated. The Slanderer takes 1 damage. And this Argonian, Wandering Argonian, also takes 3. But I would love to finish it off. I don't like it at all. So I think we're just gonna spend another 1 tenacity, all just triggering off my Solar Flare. Pew! But yep, this enemy is down as well. And that's probably a good place to wrap up my turn. I do want enemies to come closer to me, so I think potentially on the next turn I could finish it off. Even though, wait, this Slanderer will still try to explore, so yeah, you know what, let me still move. I'm moving 1, 2, 3, and that's about it. I think I'm good. So now it's enemy's turn, starting with this Wisp Mother. It has range, 1, 2, 3, yep, engages me, wow, with 3 enemy combat dice. Well, let's go. Wow, that is 4 damage. That is a lot. I'm preventing 3 plus 1 more from that one, And I think I actually don't want to use my barkskin helmet to recover that. I'm rather keep in there. And now over to Argonian Bandit. A single die which can do nothing. Yep, I'm preventing that, but I still gain 1 light fatigue because of its enfeeble. Okay, now it's around 5. First over to the Slanderer. She moves 4 towards Explorable Hex. 1, 2, 3. Is it Sky Shard or not? It is not. That means she's staying there. And oh my goodness, she's still popping up more enemies. Oh, wait, no enemies there. Fantastic, it's an empty tile with no enemies deployed. That is good. Let's keep it this way. Somehow, I guess. And can she still engage? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, she can engage. And she will roll 2 enemy combat dice. 3 damage. I'm fully preventing that, even though enfeebled 2. And I think instead of gaining that 2 light fatigue, I will use my shoulder mounted parasol for 1 light fatigue. Instead of gaining that, I will rather remove this one, or maybe just this one. I think I'm good with these dice in my cooldown track. Okay, so no damage taken. That is really good. Now over to me. I'm recovering 5 dice, 1 light fatigue, and these 2 and those. Right. Now I just need to finish off the remaining enemies, and I think, yep, all I need to do is just grab some tenacity. So let me switch my battle form to defense first, so I'm gaining more, now 1 extra light fatigue to get 2 more tenacity. Now as part of this first free engage in defensive battle form, I will roll probably just these 4, yep, that should do it. And we'll get, oh wow, we'll get number 2 hero. Fantastic. And yep, even tenacity. Hold on, I still can resolve this one first. Gain tenacity from this result. And we roll it again. And yep, no tenacity this time, but that is still fine. Because I do have 3 tenacity. That should do it, right? Let me just move 1, 2 and switch to battle form to magic. I'm getting 2 more light fatigue, 2 more tenacity. And just roll 4 dice, of course spending 2 tenacity on that because of my Windwalker Luminous Shards. Yep, that should do it. Wow, 5 damage. That was the last half chip for the Slanderer, and Argonian Bandit is defeated, and of course Wisp Mother is defeated as well. 7 damage to her, boom. Wow. And that's pretty much it. Wow, I had so much damage mitigation and so much, of course, damage output with these class abilities. This is why I said in the very beginning that it could be a little bit cheesy by playing Templar, but hey, as I said, ultimately I would love to play all of them, so I wouldn't want to skip the class purely because it's too strong. But hey, you look at that, we completed the full campaign without a single damage dealing skill line. I didn't have even immovable on heavy weapon, and I didn't have concentration in my light armor, but yeah, that is purely on class abilities, on tenacity engine. We made it. That was quite fun. I honestly I wasn't sure whether we complete session 1 successfully or not. It was very tough, but after that, once the build is more or less complete, it was much more on rails now. It got much easier to the point where I don't think I would die, honestly, with that much damage mitigation and bad luck protection with my rolls and just tenacity engine. Yeah, but that was definitely quite fun. I hope you enjoy this playthrough as well. And that's a wrap for today's video. Wow, those playthroughs always take quite a bit of time and effort to put together, so please consider giving this video a like, subscribe to the channel, or perhaps even supporting me on Patreon. I would really appreciate this as well. Now, during my playthroughs, I always do my best to share my thought process and explain some decisions, but if you'd like to go a little bit more in depth on how things work, then I would suggest checking out my 2 ongoing series of class guides and skill line breakdowns. In each of those video series, I go much more in depth into each individual ability, how to resolve them and why, what are some common mistakes and all of that. Either way, as always, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.